never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Ready for this? Look at there. We've got a Tuesday. So one down, long way to go. But of course, we'll be working our way into the 23rd day of February. Again, the final week of February for 2021. Hard to believe, March knocking on the door. Yeah, you know, spring's official arrival just around the corner as well. And for some of us around the country, it's almost going to feel like a little taste of spring coming up here as the warm-up has officially begun, a rebound in temperatures that actually started over the weekend, where we finally got out of the deep freeze in places like Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, the deep south. But we're going to moderate even more over the next several days. In fact, over the upcoming week, temperatures are going to feel as much as 50 degrees higher than they were, say, this time a week ago. Yeah, a couple of isolated locations may jump as high as 60 or 70 degrees higher in a week's time. So, for instance, by Wednesday of this week, February the 24th, highs expected to range from near 40 in Chicago to the lower 70s in Houston. That's following low temperatures from the middle of this past week, ranging from 5 below zero in Chicago to a mere 13 degrees above down in Houston, Texas, when they were in the icebox. In some areas, the temperature swing may be high enough to, maybe enough to bring afternoon highs above normal, that it'll be feeling more like spring versus late February. So let me pause for just a moment here and do a little flip-flop around. We'll get this rectified here momentarily. And let me see here. Okay, there we go. All right, even the thaw may pause. And, of course, now with those areas that were in the deep freeze, we're actually seeing pipes, people that weren't even aware their pipes had split. And then when they start to thaw out, all of a sudden, boom, you've got water spewing all over the house. Yeah, there are still tons of people in Texas that do not have safe drinking water right now. We've got more on that here in just a moment. But the pattern change is going to force that Arctic air way up back to the north where we'd rather have it, back up into Canada. And much of the eastern U.S., the turnaround this week, not nearly as dramatic as what we're seeing in the central states, but you'll still obviously notice the change, and you're 10, 20 degrees warmer than you were, say, this time a week ago. So we'll take that. Boston's normal high would be low 40s for this final week of February. New York City, you'd typically climb into the mid-40s, and down around D.C., typically, say, about 50 degrees this time of year. Right around the end of the month, the weather pattern may regress a little bit, at least bring back early March, a March chill, but we're not looking on the horizon at anything as dramatic as far as big cold snaps like we saw last week. Maybe we're finally getting out of the depths, the grips of old man winter. But for about 10 million people, they tell us, in Texas, 10 million still don't have safe drinking water this past day. And they're relying on the government to provide bottled water that is in short supply, they tell us. I mean, here we are now a week after that storm that rolled through, disrupting the water treatment plants all over the state. They did lift some of the boil water notices Sunday for about 5 million people of the 15 million that were under those orders. Houston, Texas, the largest city that had lifted the boil water advisory. You may use drinking, cooking, and washing water. But the government has so far given out almost 4 million bottles of water to those in need, according to the governor. Some distribution sites have actually been running out of water. There was a site in Fort Worth that went through 50,000 bottles on Sunday. So in other words, about 1/3 of the population in Texas, of about 30 million people, are still without drinking water, including those in the Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, and Austin, Texas areas. We all know what unfolded last week. It all started with the big chill, those freezing temperatures, and, of course, the power outages that treated the water treatment plants. They were forced to shut down. By Monday morning, only about 11,000 customers are still without power, so things are much better on that front versus 4 million this time 1 week ago. But a major problem now for Texas is the sticker shock. We were talking about this last evening over the power bills, what they're looking at paying for those who were actually able to stay warm last week. Last Sunday, the governor announced a moratorium to bar the power companies from disconnecting anyone's service for not paying their bill. And this is something they're going to have to figure out how to work through. We shouldn't have to face a spike in energy cost. And in other words, to quickly address the issue, I held an emergency meeting to begin crafting some solutions. Officials said federal emergency funds will be used to help pay for some of those bills. Now, Abbott went on to say he joined U.S. military and members of Texas Armed Forces on Sunday to help distribute some of those bottles of water. A number of people volunteering there. Officials also have closed the largest school districts in northern Texas for at least right through the day today, the Monday and Tuesday. There's a number of districts that extended their closures in the Houston area, they tell us as well. So, yeah, we've got lots to cover as we make our way here into a Tuesday morning. What had been a storm-filled month of February, for some parts of the country, is going to maintain its pace through the last week of February. But the severity and the scope of the storms will be small compared to what we've seen last week with back-to-back blockbuster storms. There will be a couple of clipper systems affecting the northern tier between now and Wednesday. We had that little system last evening we were watching, dropped several inches of snow from the Midwest into the interior Northeast, into the early morning hours of Monday. Now, since these next two storms are considerably weaker and will even be situated further north compared to last night's storm, the overall coverage of snow should be limited to areas further to the north. We expect the first clipper to bring a little bit of snow or some snow showers from northern Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, as we head through the overnight hours tonight. Now, what I'm seeing on the radar is very limited in scope. Yeah, we look at a little bit of snow over easternmost reaches of Wisconsin, crossing over the lake and moving now into western portions of Michigan. There's a separate little small batch of snow showers down toward the Detroit area, but none of this is going to amount to much. I don't think we've even got winter weather advisories. There are a few advisories stretching back into parts of North Dakota, through northern and central portions of Minnesota, and the northwest corner of Wisconsin. I think that's actually for clipper number 2, the next system that's going to be coming in out of Montana, crossing through that region, right on the heels of tonight's little clipper. It's Tuesday night into Wednesday where that second storm will be coming through. And just like the one we're dealing with tonight, this second system may produce a similar area of intermittent snow and snow showers. In the wake of that storm, a somewhat longer break from precipitation is on the horizon. But it looks like by the end of the week, the southern storm track's expected to become a little bit more active. Well, we could see several inches of snow coming in towards, say, Denver, much of Colorado, Wednesday night into Thursday night. And that's going to allow rain to gather over the southern portions of the plains and the Mississippi Valley by the time we get into Friday. Still too far out to get the exact placement. Who's going to see the rain in the south central states? But there's potential, they tell us, for heavy enough rain to trigger some flooding problems in some areas that were hit with the bitter cold conditions and the heavy snow this past week. That same storm is likely going to swing northeastward coming up next weekend. So we'll have more on travelers' weather coming up there. As far as travel conditions tonight, again, there's not a whole lot on the map. Everything's confined to the northernmost tier of the country. We've been dealing with a lot of wind issues in Montana and on down into Wyoming. Matter of fact, they had a number of passes that had some issues this past day. And the winds, Wyoming Department of Transportation is advising drivers use caution as the high winds actually tipped over several semis on Monday. They do have high wind warnings in effect for the central Laramie Range, southwestern Platte County, the north Snowy Range foothills, the south Laramie Range, that continues through the day today. These high wind warnings are in place till 5 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. And they shared the photograph of one. Due to the intense wind, one semi-truck was left dangling off the side of a bridge along I-25 south of Chugwater. That happened a little bit before 6 o'clock in the morning there on Monday at about the 54-mile marker. All right, let's get to some of the other industry headlines here as we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday. Several interesting tidbits in the mix. Let me start with the updates from our friends at OOIDA and Landline. as we watch the prices at the pump going up and up and up. The trend has been continuing. As I mentioned about this time a week ago, oftentimes fluctuations in price will be in the 1 penny, the 2 penny range, or even tenths of a penny. When you start seeing 6, 8, 10 cent per gallon changes, those are pretty significant. For prices to change week over week. We saw a big jump in the numbers last week, and here we go. The numbers continue to go higher and higher. Another big jump in the national average over the past week, another dime. Price of diesel has been going up every week since November the 9th. Shortly after an election. That's kind of crazy. A more than 12-cent increase in the lower Atlantic, the largest in the nation this past week. Rocky Mountain region with the smallest increase, but it was right there at 7 cents per gallon. Our national average is now up to $2.97 per gallon. That's the U.S. national average. Now, as the case has been, we're continuing to see the prices rise out west. California, you're now paying $3.73 per gallon. I mean, pretty soon we're going to be knocking on the $4 per gallon threshold there out west. Now, the West Coast as a whole, minus California, is at $3.06 per gallon. You add California in, though, $3.43 would be the average. But as typically the case would be, California is your highest prices in the country. But we're going up and up and up. All right, the Small Business Administration announcing some changes to the Paycheck Protection Program. Trying to help sole proprietors and independent contractors. The announcement this past day includes several changes. They break it down like this: a 14-day exclusive PPP loan application period for businesses and nonprofits with less than 20 employees. They're going to allow sole proprietors, independent contractors, and self-employed individuals to receive more financial support by revising the funding formula for those categories. They're going to eliminate an exclusionary restriction on PPP access to small business owners with prior non-fraud felony convictions. That's consistent with the bipartisan congressional proposal. A couple of other items are going to eliminate the access restrictions on small business owners who've struggled to make federal student loan payments by eliminating federal student loan debt delinquency and default. Those prior to this would have been a disqualifier to participate in a PPP loan if you had delinquent loan debt or a default. So they're easing that restriction, that one less hurdle to cover. And lastly, ensuring access for non-citizen small business owners who are lawful U.S. residents by clarifying that they may use individual taxpayer identification numbers to apply for the loan. Now, according to the senior advisor, Michael Roth, the important policy changes announced further ensure inclusivity, increasing access to much-needed aid to Main Street businesses. I mean, these are the anchors for our neighborhoods to help families build their wealth. According to the White House fact sheet, the Small Business Association changes, many sole proprietors and independent contractors had been structurally excluded from the PPP because of how the loans were calculated. Even when these businesses were approved for a loan, the White House said there were instances of business being approved for the likes of $1. Oh, that's going to go a long way. Don't spend it all in one place. So as part of the changes, the loan calculation formula will also be revised so that sole proprietors and independent contractors will be offered more relief. In addition, $1 billion will be set aside for businesses without employees located in low and moderate income areas. So again, that was the scoop from our friends at OOIDA this past day. Now, when do these changes begin? It looks like the 14-day exclusivity period starts at 9 a.m. Eastern Time this Wednesday. The other 4 changes will be implemented by the first week of March. So that's, say, in a week's time. Small Business Association said they're working on the program changes. They'll communicate the details through the remainder of this week. But this is going to kind of lay the foundation for more recovery for small businesses across the country. And you got all the typical options. Borrowers can apply for the Paycheck Protection Program by downloading the first draw PPP loan application. Then they've got the second draw loan application. And you can work with the participating PPP lenders through the Small Business Association. They actually have an app or a tool that will match you up to get the loans. So there you go, underway here on a Tuesday morning. We'll open up the phone lines at 844-844-3388. 844-844-3388. And we've got some news we can pass your way. For those who've been waiting on the Overnight Drive Radio app. The app had been submitted to both the iPhone and Android, the powers that be, as they call it. And it looks like the app for the Android is up and running, should be operating as we speak. So if you're familiar with your smartphone, now the iPhone is still waiting for approval, but for those who have the Android phones, you go to the Google Play Store where you download apps. This is a free app, and just search overnightdriveradio.com. Don't leave any spaces, just overnightdriveradio.com, all one word. And the free app should pop up. Downloaded it on my phone here a couple of hours ago. So it's as simple. Once you download that, you push a button. So the options are growing. The phone app will be audio only. So no audio, no video available on that. Your screen will be able to stay dark, right? So it's just the audio, which many drivers had been asking for. About a week or so ago, of course, we got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive website page, overnightdriveradio.com, where you can have audio and or video there. That's been the case from the get-go for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Facebook or YouTube pages, as well as the Hot Shot Secret YouTube and Facebook pages. So that's an additional option we've got coming your way with the phone app. Hopefully the iPhone app will be up and running in short order. Just kind of biding our time on that, as they say. All right, officers with Customs and Border Protection made an unusual drug discovery in a commercial shipment of cereal, no less, from South America. The drug discovery was made at the port of Cincinnati here a few days ago. Customs and Border Protection said the drugs were discovered when a narcotics detector dog, Bico, was inspecting a large commercial shipment of cereal, as in cornflakes, that originated in Peru and were headed to a private residence in Hong Kong. Now, I'm a little bit confused how a shipment going from Peru to Hong Kong finds its way through the port of Cincinnati, but that's the way it works. But the dog alerted to the cereal, which prompted officers to open the box to take a closer look. When they did, they saw the cereal contained some sort of a white powder. The flakes were coated with some sort of a grayish substance. They tested the flakes and the powder, and lo and behold, it was cocaine. Shipment contained 44 pounds of cocaine-coated cornflakes. Now, they said street value of like $2,800,000. The Cincinnati port director emphasized, smugglers will hide narcotics in anything you can imagine. Anything, which is true. But the men and women at the Port of Cincinnati are committed to stopping the flow of dangerous drugs. We will continue to use our training, intuition, and strategic skills to prevent these kinds of illegitimate shipments from reaching the public. Who would have thought? Yeah, cornflakes? Okay, you never can tell. Now, this one's kind of a sad, would you say, kind of a gruesome story. A Texas truck driver accused of killing a professional model will be returning to Pennsylvania to face charges for his crimes committed in the state. 28-year-old Tracy Ray Collins Jr. scheduled to fly back to Union County today, February the 23rd, where he's going to face charges after the murder of 47-year-old model Rebecca Landreth several weeks ago. According to Penn Live, Landreth was found by the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation on February 7th along the Interstate 80 exit ramp at the Mile Run interchange near Loganton. She suffered multiple gunshot wounds, face, neck, chest, plus 2 on her hands that officers believe were defensive. Total of 18 bullets removed from her body during a subsequent autopsy. Now, upon being interrogated, Rollins started by telling officers, "Well, I hate to start lying to you because this is a murder investigation." But at that point, he had not been advised or given any information that their investigation was even about a murder. So he pretty much, almost like a crime scene interrogation, something you'd see out of a Hollywood film. Who told you we were asking you about a murder investigation? So then he let the cat out of the bag right there. He then told officers he met a woman who called herself Leslie at a truck stop near Milford, Connecticut, and that she had been traveling with him. They traveled to Maine, back to Connecticut, New York, then all the way to Wisconsin to pick up a load for delivery in Maine. Officials believe it was sometime during that last delivery that Rollins killed Landreth. Although her body had no identification at the time it was discovered, officers were able to find a note listing Rollins' name, telephone number, and an email address in one of her pockets. Of course, using that to use Rollins' cell phone records to trace his travels from Wisconsin to Maine, and actually pinpointing his stop at the Mile Run interchange between midnight and 12:30 on that day, February the 6th, and a pass through the Loganton interchange at around the same time on February the 5th, 1 or 2 days before her body was discovered there. So, following the investigation of brain and flesh-like material in the cab of his truck and the presence of bullet holes and leftover casings, police believe the actual murder occurred in the cab of his truck and that he later dumped the body at that roadside location. Now, there have been some posts via social media saying that, it's her fault. She's to blame. She willingly ran around with truck drivers. Now, that's not the way it works. Officials say, that position has no influence on the investigation. She's a victim of homicide, and she's going to be treated that way. But she was a professional model, a Miss Manhattan finalist in 2014, an accomplished violinist, an advocate for a number of different charities, they say. All right, she has since been cremated. The family is planning to have a funeral at some point in the future, but just what a bizarre scenario out there on the roadways. One more tidbit before we get our bottom of the hour break, after which we'll get to your calls at 844-3388. We had multiple passes closed in the state of Washington due to the high risk of avalanche conditions this past day. US 2 at Stevens Pass, US 12 at White Pass, I-90 at Snoqualmie were all closed. Sunday into Monday. Let's see, the US 20 at the milepost 120 was added to the list a short time later. Now, at this point, they say White Pass reopened this past morning. Snoqualmie was supposed to reopen about the noon hour. They were re-evaluating Stevens Pass this past afternoon, and then there was no estimated time for reopening Highway 20. Avalanche experts say the state has not experienced this many avalanche closures in many, many years. Easiest way to think about it is strong over weak. We've got good snowball-making snow coming in, or rain falling over cold snow. According to one avalanche expert, he kind of points out an avalanche during the road closures would actually be a good thing because it would remove that threat for the bad snow. While no one's out there on the roadway, but not sure if they did actually encounter any avalanche. So you got that light, fluffy snow down below and that heavy, wet, snowball-making snow, coupled with some rain coming down on top. The weight, it just causes the snow to slide right down the side of the mountain. All right, we'll get a quick timeout in here. Great to have you with us as we roll into a Tuesday. Again, lines available at 844-3388. Okay, we got an email from Brian in Alabama. Hey, Steve, the app works good. It's very simple. You've got a sleep timer. I just checked it out. Thanks for letting us know it's up and running on the Play Store. I always enjoy your show. All right, there you go. So, the Google Play Store for the Android phone. Simply search overnightdriveradio.com, and there you go. It's as simple as the push of one button, and you can open it up. And I do believe right now you can only catch the live stream. I don't think you can go back and listen to previous shows. I'm not sure about that, but I think it's just the live stream at this point in time. There you go. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at Stellar zellerelectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll go to your calls here momentarily. First, we kind of thought this would be coming down the pike. Everybody's been kind of questioning, what's Trump's next move going to be? Former President Trump. Is he going to maybe make a bid for the White House again? 2024? Yeah, we know Democrats are scared to the bones that might happen. They've been using everything in their power to try and prevent that from happening. The latest, well, how do you put it? Here comes Trump. Former President Trump plans to use his appearance at the upcoming Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, that gets underway later this week, as a, quote, show of force that will send the message he will be the Republican presumptive 2024 nominee for the presidency. According to top Trump allies, Trump effectively is the Republican Party, according to Trump's senior advisor, Jason Miller. In an interview Monday, Trump will claim, quote, total control of the party during his speech this coming Sunday at CPAC. Now, the only chasm is between Beltway insiders and grassroots Republicans around the country. When you attack President Trump, you're attacking the Republican grassroots, he says. So this conference, it's a pretty big deal. It opens Thursday in Orlando. It will run through Sunday. Trump's speech, they tell us, will mark his first public appearance since leaving the White House in January. Trump's message is expected to reveal that I may not have Twitter or the Oval Office, but I'm still in charge, according to one longtime advisor. Allen also reported that payback for the election is kind of like his chief obsession. Now, the source also said Trump, in his CPAC speech, will attack the swamp, and that much like 2016, will be taking on Washington again. Trump will meet with his advisors this week at his Mar-a-Lago estate, mapping out the next political moves and to set up his plans for actions for the 2022 midterm elections, including stoking primary challenges for lawmakers who have voted against him. He's also expected to pour both money and endorsements on his biggest backers. Meanwhile, state-level party officials are censuring Trump critics like Liz Cheney of Wyoming and Pat Toomey of Pennsylvania. They're also expected to back up the former president. Meanwhile, Save America, which was Trump's leadership PAC, has $75 million on hand, as well as a database containing tens of millions of names, they tell us. Now, Axios reports there are many Trump confidants that think the former president will pretend like he's running in 2024, but ultimately will pass it by. But this week's meeting at Trump's resort is also expected to set up a formal process for vetting people he could potentially endorse, after there have been some Republicans saying that they'll run for office if they get his endorsement. He's also expected to set up a requirement that potential endorsees raise money and put together an organization. Meanwhile, former Vice President Mike Pence declining an invitation to speak at the CPAC, which will feature numerous Trump administration officials and others representing his side of the Republican Party, including former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis, South Dakota's Governor Kristi Noem. Mark Short, Pence's former chief of staff, however, said Pence and Trump do still speak. And, of course, Pence departed the White House. They said they left on amicable terms. But very, very interesting. How many do you think will be tuned in for that speech coming up Sunday? As they, I guess, I don't know if he'll be obviously the keynote speaker, maybe wrapping up the CPAC. That could prove very interesting. Here comes Trump. All right, to your calls at 844-844-3388. Who gets to be first out of the box? I believe is this James on the line? Good morning, James.
Oh, no, it's Bob.
Oh, Bob. Okay, well, good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing today?
Doing well. What's happening?
Not much. I was just reading about, what's going on in Texas. I was just listening to what you were saying about Trump. I really like that. That's good news. I'm glad that he's going to speak at the CPAC. I'm looking forward to that. What do you think he's going to talk about mostly?
Well,
Do you think he's going to mention the fraud?
Ah, boy, that's good question. I think moving forward, he's probably going to be looking, not focusing backwards about what transpired. Although I'm sure he still fully believes that the election was essentially stolen, but I think he's going to be moving forward. And I don't know if it's maybe more of almost like a revenge thing for those so-called Republicans in the swamp that voted against him or voted to impeach him.
Now, where do you think Mike Pence stands? Because I keep hearing rumors that he doesn't want to show up to the CPAC thing. And, there was all this stupid nonsense about hang Mike Pence. I wasn't for that, obviously. But what is your stance on that?
Well, it's because Mike had the opportunity. He was in a position where he could have, I guess, paused moving forward with the confirmation of Joe Biden, if I'm understanding correctly.
I still believe he was going to attempt to, but that whole stupid riot thing messed it up. And that's what people don't understand. People say Trump called these people to come in there. What people don't understand is that riot hurt Republicans more than it hurt Democrats.
Correct. I concur.
So why would our people who have been peaceful for 4 years while the other side has been not peaceful all summer long, why would, it doesn't add up?
Yeah, I mean, there was the article in Time. Big Moose sent me this past day. Did you get to see the big write-up from Time magazine? You can't say that's some conspiracy theory, hard right-leaning publication.
There's always they always throw conspiracy. The news networks it's hard to tell nowadays what a conspiracy is, what's not, because the news. They like to label everything that Trump says or what Trump people says is happening, like the election fraud, the whole Russia thing, the Epstein thing, everything. They like to say it's all, one big conspiracy. But the evidence is all there. Mm-hmm. And in my idea, what a conspiracy is them trying to impeach him for 4 years when literally they had nothing. We have the evidence of the fraud. Nothing's happening. They had no evidence, but yet people got indicted left and right. I don't understand.
I guess you'd have to say it's because essentially the swamp is still pretty much in charge. As much as he tried to drain the swamp, I think he got some of the.
Do you think the swamp is deeper than Howard Stern's anus?
Oh boy, I didn't know that you would get to that eventually, but yeah, that's probably the case there. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, here, in reality. I think this I believe this Time write-up was something that was forwarded from, Pappy sent me a couple of just snippets from it about a week ago. But if you hadn't had a chance to catch it yet, for the first time it's been revealed that the U.S. elections were the scene of a grand conspiracy against Donald Trump to bring about his defeat. Time published the secret story that united powerful people, different sectors, and ideologies to control the flow of information that would harm the Republican candidate. Incredibly, Time magazine called it a patriotic act, but it made it clear how the conspiracy was not some sort of a paranoid dream, but a reality that ended up giving power to the left in this country. According to Time, the mission of this conspiracy was to influence perceptions, change the norms, change the laws, and direct the media coverage to control the flow of information, a situation that ended up giving the victory to Joe Biden. Shockingly, the magazine says, quote, Trump was right, and confirmed that during the election there was the behind-the-scenes conspiracy between left-wing activists and numerous business titans. Time revealed that for more than a year, a loosely organized coalition of operatives, leftists, rushed to shore up American institutions. As we all watched it unfold, they got states to change the voting systems and the laws, helping to secure hundreds of millions in public and private funds. They fended off voter suppression lawsuits. They recruited armies of poll workers. They got millions of people to vote by mail for the very first time. Now, this article, which for the first time exposes the left's conspiracy against the Republican campaign, also highlighted the role that the big techs and censorship they implemented. They successfully pressured a social media campaign to take a harder line against what they called disinformation, and they used data-driven strategies to fight any sort of viral smears. Time calls censorship a harder line against disinformation. But actually, they confirmed Trump was not wrong when he denounced a conspiracy against him between the big tech companies and the Democratic Party. Now, according to this renowned magazine, Time magazine, the great architect of the conspiracy was the AFL-CIO political director, a guy by the name of Michael Podhorzer. And we're talking the largest union federation in the country. We desperately need to systematically red team this election so we can anticipate and plan for the worst we know will be coming our way, he told Time magazine. He held meetings through Zoom with his network of contacts across the progressive universe, the labor movement, the institutional left, Planned Parenthood, Greenpeace, resistance groups like Indivisible and remember MoveOn.org, some of the progressive data geeks, donor and foundation representatives, state-level grassroots organizations, racial justice activists. Another troubling revelation from Time is that the left's effort had an effect as 2020 progressed. It spread to Congress, Silicon Valley, the nation's branches of government. Time magazine states that to secure the vote, money was needed, so in March, activists appealed to Congress to steer some of their COVID relief money to election administration. Led by the Leadership Coalition on Civil and Human Rights, more than 150 organizations signed a letter to every member of Congress seeking $2 billion in election funding. It was somewhat successful. The CARES Act passed later that month. in the CARES Act were $400 million in grants for state election administrators. But that next tranche of relief funding didn't add to that number. It wasn't going to be enough. According to Time, Laura Quinn, a veteran progressive operative who co-founded Catalyst, she was the big pressure on big tech when it came to the censorship. She piloted an unnamed project which she had never before discussed publicly that tracked disinformation online and tried to figure out how to combat it. The solution, according to her, was to put pressure on the platforms to enforce their rules both by removing content or canceling accounts that they felt were spreading disinformation. Now, is it disinformation or is it all subject to interpretation? All the way back in November of 2019, when Mark Zuckerberg invited 9 civil rights leaders to dinner at his home, where they warned him about the danger of election-related falsehoods that were spreading via social media unchecked. Now, the now defunct website, which was Protect the Results, actually had a map with a list of 400 planned post-election demonstrations that were going to be activated by text message the day after the election to stop the coup that they feared. The left was going to flood the streets, according to Time. So it is a mistake to think that this election cycle was a show of strength for democracy. It actually shows how vulnerable democracy is. According to the Democracy Coalition for People's Defense, they told Time in admitting how the great electoral conspiracy against Donald Trump was actually carried out. Now, again, that's Time magazine. And are we seeing just the tip of the iceberg? I think we are. Because we knew going in, when the left takes control, especially now that they've got all 3 branches. They've got the House, they've got the Senate, they've got the presidency. How far will censorship be going in the coming days and weeks? Well, how about this is how far it is. The left is right now coming out and making a direct attack on our First Amendment. 2 Democrat House lawmakers demanding answers from cable television providers on the role they play in the so-called spread of dangerous misinformation. Now, the letter signed by Representative, you got Anna Eshoo of California and Jerry McInerney, both of them Democrats from California. Surprise, surprise. This was released to the press on Monday. And guess who it targets? It targets only conservative-leaning outlets, including Fox News, Newsmax, One American News Network. Wednesday, the House Subcommittee on Communications and Technology is scheduled to hold a hearing on what they're calling disinformation and extremism in the media. Cable services, companies like Comcast, AT&T, Spectrum, Dish Network, Verizon, Cox, all received the same letter this past day, asking for answers on policies related to the spread of disinformation, rumors, and conspiracy theories on the networks they carry. The letter directly assails only conservative news. Fox News, as I said, Newsmax, and One American News Network, accusing all of them of airing misinformation on a number of topics, including the coronavirus, the 2020 election, the storming of the Capitol. Newsmax issued a statement decrying what the company said was an attack on the First Amendment. Let me share what Newsmax said. The House Democrats' attack on free speech and basic First Amendment rights should send chills down the spine of Americans. Newsmax reported fairly and accurately on allegations and claims made by both sides during the election contest. We did not see the same balanced coverage from the likes of CNN or MSNBC, who all pushed for years the Russian collusion hoax. Numerous claims and interviews with Democrat leaders that all turned out to be patently false. Now, they noted these two representatives. The letter makes several false or misleading characterizations of their coverage. Now, the letter also states, as a violent mob was breaching the doors of the Capitol, Newsmax's coverage called the scene a sort of romantic idea. The claim was made on Newsmax by a law professor and prominent liberal, Thane Rosenbaum, who they were interviewing, who was describing the rally before any violence or illegal activity had actually even taken place there at the Capitol. In fact, Newsmax host began condemning the illegal activity that was taking place on the Capitol in real time. And they did so on and on, repeatedly through the entire day. We did get word from the FCC chairman this past day, Federal Communications Commission, that says what is taking place right here is nothing but a direct attack on the First Amendment. Now, the letter went on to ask the lawmakers question, what are the cable providers going to do to combat the spread of falsehoods? They even go so far as to ask whether they will continue to be carried by the providers and question their ethical principles. They're not targeting any left-wing media like CNN or MSNBC. This is cancel culture coming to the news media and our sources of information, according to Dave Johnson, the CEO of Strategic Vision. This is an orchestrated attack, not just by Democrats, but also by other left-wing networks to silence any conservative voices completely. I mean, this is almost outright censorship, he said. While the Democrats aren't saying to outlaw the networks, they are calling out, Johnson said in a letter, it's a form of intimidation to force the cable providers to try to drop these networks, to do away with the conservative voices. Lastly, the letter says, are you planning to continue carrying Fox News, One American News, and Newsmax on your platform, both now and beyond the renewal date? And if so, why? Then they went on to request these companies to provide a response to them by March the 8th. They want to know who's going to continue to carry conservative news. All right, this one representative, Ashu, previously was an advocate for the fairness doctrine for both radio and television. She's gone on the record backing the doctrine to apply to both cable and satellite programming. If you've forgotten, because it's been a few years ago, the fairness doctrine, under the fairness doctrine, television and radio stations are required to balance opposing viewpoints on a topic. Many conservatives are opposed to the doctrine, which they say is a stomping on the First Amendment. We can go all the way back to 1987. That's how long they've been pushing for this, right? The doctrine was repealed by the Reagan administration FCC in 1987. All right. By the way, they don't mention any social media companies like Facebook or Twitter in their letter. They do not raise any questions about the disinformation that some of those platforms may have helped to spread as well, but they're not wasting any time. First Amendment rights going down the tubes. All right, a couple minutes away from top of the hour. You want to jump on board? We've got available lines at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? All right. Lastly, this hour number one, we had, what was it? We had a shooting at a gun store in Louisiana. And getting more of the details, what actually happened here is a shootout that left 3 people dead and 2 others wounded at the gun store and shooting range, apparently when a customer refused to unload his weapon, according to the operator of the store. The Jefferson Parish coroner said 47-year-old Herbert Noah Fishbach of Jefferson and 2 others of New Orleans were killed in the shootout over the weekend at the Jefferson Gun Outlet. A sheriff previously said the shooter initially struck 2 people inside and then several other people, whether employees or store customers, opened fire on the shooter inside and outside of the building. There were 2 other people hit by gunfire, hospitalized in stable condition. But according to Michael Mayer, an executive at the gun store, he told the Times-Picayune that this guy entered the store on Saturday with a loaded firearm and was asked to unload by a compliance officer. Williams became agitated by that request and pulled his gun out and started firing, to which employees and customers returned fire, quote, eliminating the threat. I mean, if you're going to try to open fire on somebody, I don't think in a gun store is going to be the smartest place to do it. But ultimately, yes, they did eliminate the threat. Meyer also said he's kind of limited in what he can tell the news right now because the investigation is still ongoing. But there you have it. We'll wrap things up for hour number one here. We'll get to your calls coming up following a timeout. Again, you want to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Tuesday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States passed the grim milestone Monday of 500,000 deaths from COVID-19. That's nearly 20% of the known global COVID deaths. President Biden has ordered flags at the White House flown at half-staff to honor the victims of the nearly year-long pandemic. He held a vigil at the White House Monday evening, paying tribute to those lost.
The people we lost were extraordinary. They spanned generations. Born in America, immigrated to America. But just like that, so many of them took their final breath alone in America. As a nation, we can't accept such a cruel fate. While we've been fighting this pandemic for so long, we have to resist becoming numb to the sorrow. We must do so to honor the dead, but equally important, care for the living, those who left behind.
This is USA Radio News.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand and you care about your credit, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 6 million people with credit card debt. Without destroying your credit, they can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. The program works. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-406-0046. 800-406-0046. That's 800-406-0046. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 83. Service may adversely affect an individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action, not a loan company.
The Supreme Court has ruled in the case of former President Trump's tax records. Lance Pry has the story from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
The Supreme Court cleared the way for a New York prosecutor to obtain President Trump's tax records. The High Court demanded tax records remain shielded from public disclosure. The subpoenas span documents from January 2011 to August 2019, including his tax records from accounting firm Mazars. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the family of an 11-year-old Texas boy who died during last week's winter storms has sued a power company and the state's electric grid operator. The suit against Entergy and the Electric Reliability Council of Texas accuses the companies of gross negligence, alleging they could have prevented the conditions that led to the boy's death by properly preparing their equipment against winter weather. The boy was found unresponsive in an unheated mobile home. The family believes he succumbed to hypothermia. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The House Budget Committee advanced a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill Monday, clearing the first major hurdle for the measure. Tim Berg has more on the opposition to that bill from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
The $1.9 trillion coronavirus rescue package proposed by House Democrats would increase the cost of living for many and kill jobs. That's according to the leading Republican on the House Budget Committee, Jason Smith. Meanwhile, Democrat from Pennsylvania, Matt Cartwright of the House Appropriations Committee, says we need to come together as a country and as a Congress to vote for this bill.
Let's come together as Republicans and Democrats and get it done. I totally agree with President Biden. I'd really like to see Republican buy-in on this.
Louisiana Republican Congressman Steve Scalise is no fan of the stimulus bill.
The $15 minimum wage, what does that have to do with COVID relief? Those small businesses are going to have an even harder time coming back when you go to a $15 minimum wage. These things have nothing to do with COVID.
Scalise speaking there on Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the NCAA will allow a limited number of fans at next month's Division I men's basketball tournament. Up to 25% of capacity will be allowed at the venues for all rounds of the tournament, including the Final Four being held at Lucas Oil Stadium. Masks and social distancing will also be required. The entire tournament will be held in and around the Indianapolis area, with teams staying in a bubble-like area around the Indiana Convention Center. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. And, our number, 844-844-3388. Well, we see here, Dateline, Orlando, Florida, NASA this past day releasing a minute-long video, audio clips, and thousands of images from the Mars rover, the Perseverance, the actual landing on Mars. Historic images, sounds, during a press conference that started at 2 o'clock this past afternoon, Eastern Time. NASA had expected to collect audio during the descent, but they announced on Monday apparently that did not happen. But the images and the data from the rover showed that the robotic landing system all worked well. We really showed this system what it can do, and we wanted it to do it and help us figure out where to go and go to a safe spot. Now, the video showed the parachute deploying, to which you could see the rover from above dangling under the jetpack that provides the final descent. There were also wide views of cliffs, boulders, reddish sand dunes in the crater of the landing site. The video then records the jetpack flying away after it dropped the rover to the Martian surface. We caught a little over 30 gigabytes of information. According to NASA's camera lead for the project, over 23,000 images of the vehicle descending down to the surface of Mars. So the visuals are giving NASA more insight about how the Mars landings are accomplished by robots and sometimes autonomously hundreds of millions of miles away. They had already released a few still frame photos of the landing on Friday, but they spent the weekend processing the video. They said, we're all going to get experience just exactly what that landing was like. This will be the first time we've ever had that opportunity to not just look at the data that came back. We're going to get to see it and actually kind of live it. So this is much more than any of the previous landings on Mars was able to send back, the visual. Now, this is a 2-year mission to drive through the crater. NASA believes this is actually an ancient lake bed with a river delta. All right, so the microphones on the rover may be used to perform some diagnostic assessments on various science instruments on the surface. No one's ever seen it. No one's ever seen this except from the orbital imagery from a few hundred miles up above Mars. There you go. So pretty incredible video coming out this past day. What's going on with the Chevy guy here on a Tuesday? Hello, Chevy guy.
Well, good morning. Wonderful information. You need to post that on Facebook and see about the Times telling about all the basically the admitting to the fraud.
Yep.
And I'd love to see the fact checkers go after that one. By the way, I keep posting that the one where you've got a guy that's carrying a Confederate flag, battle flag, in the Capitol, and he was arrested, and he was from Delaware, and they haven't fact checked that one, so that's good. But my goodness, they're so cocky because I'm still getting posts from, people that I know, and they're still saying, oh, in March there's going to be a military tribunal and all this stuff. We don't have a system set up to fix a crooked election. There's just no way to do it, and we already seen that your courts, the Supreme Court, does not want to do anything with it. And I don't know if the Democrats have something on them. That's conspiracy, but it just doesn't. Things just don't add up. But obviously, the so-called conspiracies that we've had in the past were just admitted to, but there's nothing we can do about it. And that is horrifying about the loss of it always comes down to this. The only people losing power is the American voter. Now, the Republican Party is going to still have power. Democrats are becoming dictators, but it's the American voter that's missing out on all this stuff.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I'm awed at what you just read. It's just shameful. There's just nothing we can do about it. Do you know if anything that's being said that, if it absolutely comes down to it that there's fraud, are they going to remove a sitting president that's already been, sworn in? I can't see him doing it. And not to mention that the Democrats did take both houses. So it's just, maybe if the Republicans had control in either house, something might happen. But we're stuck with this guy, no matter how he got there. And like I said, I'm going to bring it back to this. It's a great example. Ted Cruz. He bent over and kissed the media's rear end on all this stuff. He didn't learn a doggone thing from President Trump and just say, I got my laptop, I've got my phone. I can get on FEMA from my office in D.C., my office in Texas, my home in Texas, or on the beaches in Mexico with my daughter, and I'm having a father-daughter weekend.
Yep.
I've had to put up with AOC all this time, falsely accusing me of trying to kill her. I need some reality time. I need some love time with my family. I'll be back Monday. That's how Trump would have done it, and that's what the Republicans are going to have to do. They're going to have to quit trying to kiss the backside of this media, and the only people that's trying to get him to resign are Democrats. So we're going to have to fight, or we just ain't going to have nothing. I'm glad to see Trump is stirring up another bee's nest on him. But you also heard in your top of the hour news feed that the New York is going to go, Attorney General is going to go after his taxes.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Let's do that. Let's start going after all their taxes. Are we wrong? Where'd all that money go? I mean, check it out. It's already evidence in Hunter's laptop that Mr. Big or whatever got payoffs from all this stuff. So let's start checking all this stuff and running it down, like you say. Ain't going to happen, but there you go. I mean, good for the goose, good for the gander. Enjoying the ride tonight. I don't even need to sip on my coffee. I'm all stirred up. But hey, I'm going to sit back in the rocking chair and let somebody else have a chance there. I'm going to sit back and copy the mail, Tim Boy.
All right, thank you very much. And if I understand correctly, Donald Trump obviously is not at all happy. He's pretty much livid that the Supreme Court opted to allow his tax returns. How did he put it? He said the Supreme Court should have never have allowed this fishing expedition by New York prosecutors intent on taking him down after the high court decision to allow the release of his tax returns. This is a continuation, he says, of the greatest political witch hunt in the history of the country. Whether it was the never-ending $32 million Mueller hoax, which already investigated everything that could possibly be investigated, Russia, where there was no collusion, or two ridiculous, crazy Nancy-inspired impeachment attempts where I was found not guilty. It just never ends, he said. So now, for more than 2 years, New York City's been looking at almost every transaction I've ever done, including seeking tax returns, which were done by among the biggest, most prestigious law and accounting firms in the United States. I mean, realistically, the Tea Party was treated better by the IRS than Donald Trump. This is something that's never happened to a president before. It is all Democrat-inspired in a totally Democrat location. New York City, New York State, controlled, dominated by a heavily reported enemy of mine, none other than one Governor Andrew Cuomo. Yeah, these are attacks by Democrats willing to do anything to stop the almost 75 million people, the most votes by far ever got by a sitting president who voted for me in the election. Which is, again, an election which many people and many experts feel I won. So, not backing off on that. But he had more to say, but behind the scenes, they say he is just livid, which I don't blame him. But, all right, lines available. It's 844-844-3388. What do you say? Good morning, Knucklebuster.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. You know, there are some people in this world believe that that wrestling is real and the moonshot is fake.
Yep.
I'm just not one of them, all right? Whatever happened to that one-way trip to Mars from back in 2013, CNN reported on? I guess that was some fake news there. You had a $38 application fee that you had to pay just to apply to get on that one-way trip. That sounds like a bunch of baloney to me there, but they were supposed to leave in 2022 and land in 2023. And the guy, Lansdorf, said he owned that company. He said he was not going because his girlfriend was not going there.
Okay.
So, but guess what, Steve? In the scam society we got, 2019, the company went broke, bankrupt, bellied up, right? Yeah, that sounds like a bunch of mess there. Well, let's get a Paul Harvey moment in the rest of the story and a Fred Sanford moment all in the same breath with a you big dummy. Since that story last night about that truck driver run over that Arkansas state trooper there, well, after he hit that state trooper, he left the scene of the accident. See, 20 miles later, they had him pulled over and locked up in jail, man. You just don't leave the scene after you run over somebody, but that's the way old Joe did there out of San Antonio, Texas there. And I read today that Coca-Cola told their staff in an online training seminar, try to be less white, Steve. Yep. I'm like, come on. And then Harvard Medical School study claims that slavery reparations would have mitigated the coronavirus spread. Really? Come on now. You're kidding me there, right? And then old Merrick Garland, that guy up there they're trying to put over the head of the Department of Justice, he defended that DOJ nominee, Kristen Clark, who called black superior to white. See? That doesn't make a lot of sense either there. So, and I tell you last night about that guy that smuggled in 194 pounds of bologna. They destroyed every bit of it, see?
Oh, did they?
Hell, it was Mexican bologna. I think. Oh, yeah, they wasn't about to let that Mexican bologna come in here. It's not as good as our bologna anyway. But anyway, old Tom Brady, he finally spoke out on that Lombardi Trophy toss there. He said that was the riskiest pass he had thrown all season. And John Breach of CBS Sports said Tom Brady is now creating 8-bit versions of himself throwing that Lombardi Trophy. A 100% chance that he puts that logo on a T-shirt and makes billions of dollars. Well, I agree with the Bucs general manager, Jason Licht. Lighten up, Francis, from the 1981 Bill Murray film strike. And back in 2019, the Super Bowl, New England Patriots won, and then Gronk used it for a bat to hit a fast one by one of his teammates, Julian Edelman. He put a big old dent in that trophy, Steve. So, when you're making that kind of money, you want to dang that trophy up, go right ahead. I don't care. Anyway, that's all my baloney for right now.
Well, thanks for checking in there, Knucklebuster. We always appreciate. And he brought up, going back 24 hours ago, I had been kind of scrolling through social media, and I'm seeing all these posts about Coca-Cola and be less white. A lot of funny memes and whatnot. It's kind of, I said, okay, what is this about? Is this real? I didn't touch on it last evening because I didn't know for certain. Is this misinformation? Is it disinformation? What are these people talking about? And I see other people saying, is this for real? Sadly, apparently it is. Coca-Cola is staging, I'm sharing directly from the report, Coca-Cola is staging training seminars for employees, stressing for the need to, quote, try to be less white, with instructions to be less oppressive, less arrogant, less certain, less defensive, be less ignorant. Do what? All right, the program entitled Confronting Racism, Understanding What It Means to Be White, Challenging What It Means to Be Racist. The company confirmed they are conducting the seminars according to TheStreet.com, to which a spokesperson stated the program was part of a learning plan to help build an inclusive workplace. Now, they did not say if the training was mandatory or not. Reports first began surfacing from an anonymous company employee and images included in a YouTube video. Coca-Cola said, quote, the video circulating on social media is from a publicly available LinkedIn learning series, and it's not a focus of our company's curriculum. To be less white is to be less oppressive, less arrogant, be less certain, be less defensive, be less ignorant, be more humble. Listen, believe, break with apathy, break with white solidarity. That's all directly from the slide presentation. Okay. Supposedly here in the United States and other Western nations, white people are socialized to feel that they're inherently superior because they are white. So again, directly from the slide presentation. That's what it's telling. Research shows that by the age of 3 to 4, children understand that it's better to be white. The training concludes, try to be less white. Okay. I didn't make a determination of what my skin color was going to be. Matter of fact, none of us had a choice in the matter. But that is kind of disheartening. What's going on in this country? All right, it's 844-844-3388, just when you thought you'd heard it all. But let's check in with the Roadmaster. Hello, Roadmaster.
Hello, Stevie. I got a couple things I want to touch about last night. You were talking about the TA truck stops, how they were going to expand out west and different locations. Are there any way that you can look up right quick? They're supposed to be building a new one up on top of Mont Eagle in Tennessee on I-24 there between Nashville and Chattanooga. I don't know whether it was built yet or not, or under construction, or I don't know if you could find out anything about that.
Okay.
That's going to be an awesome location for one. There used to be a truck stop up there on top. There used to be a 76 up there years and years ago when I first started. That was one thing I wanted to touch on. Are they going to be a truck show this year in Louisville? Are you going to be there? Do you know anything about it?
There is not going to be a truck show in Louisville till March of 2022. They made the official announcement last week. They were debating whether to have it in September of this year or just hold off till next year, and that's they made the call March of 2022.
Okay. I didn't get to hear though. I just seen on the text there about the Donald Trump comeback thing that you talked about.
Yes.
I got on late this morning, so I didn't get to hear that.
So according to what they're saying, he's gonna be speaking at the CPAC this weekend on the final day. CPAC starts on Thursday, runs through Sunday. And supposedly he's going to announce something akin to the fact that he is going to be the presumptive Republican nominee for president for 2024.
Great. Fantastic. You were talking about the Coca-Cola said that they ought to be more white. I don't know how much blacker they are than a Coca-Cola or a Coke Zero, because I drink Coke Zero all the time. I like it. But, you know, if they don't like that, then I guess we all ought to start drinking a big glass of vitamin D milk, you know, and of course we know that's white, and I guess maybe they could get the message there that, you know, I don't know what they want. Everything they said they think that white people should do, it looks to me like the blacks is the one that's causing the trouble, and they're the one that need to, you know, to be more rational and stop and think and not, you know, burn people's cities down and all that stuff. It looks like they're just talking to themselves in a mirror.
Well, I know I can tell you during the summer of 2020, there were people of all color. It wasn't a one-way street. And with the rioting that was taking place, you had a whole lot of younger, you know, late teen, early 20 whites participating in those protests and riots. I mean, it's a two-way street. But I don't know how does something like this curriculum get rolled into the training of a major American corporation like Coca-Cola? I mean, that's just based on what that training says. It's rather demeaning to me personally, as a white individual, to be less ignorant. Is that not pretty much directly saying to be white is to be ignorant? Be less divisive? I mean, that the whole list there, in my mind, if there were a company that were to implement a sort of training, anything close to that, referring to blacks or Hispanics, do you know what the outrage would be? Again, I'm very befuddled by that. All right, your first question was the TA at Mont Eagle. I go back to May of last year, and when they first made CDL Life had the story when they made the announcement of I-24 exit 135. It simply said it was to be opened in the first quarter of 2021. So here we are in the first quarter. I'm not sure, honestly, if that's actually up and running yet or not. Maybe some of our listening friends out there that maybe passed through, but I'm very familiar with where that locale would be. All right, big announcement. That was May of last year. All right, what are we looking at here? We've hit the bottom of the hour, so we'll get a quick timeout. We'll come back. Pappy's on the line next, and lines available. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back at it as we roll on into the early hours of a Tuesday. If you're one of those cruisers out there, jonesing to go on a cruise. I know many, many of our listening friends, have booked cruises and had them canceled. We may be making some progress. Carnival Cruise Line confirms this past day their current plans call for the resumption of cruises from Mobile in May this year. Not with the ship some might have been expecting, though. A year ago, Carnival announced they plan to replace the Mobile-based Carnival Fantasy with the Carnival Fascination, which is a newer vessel in the same class. In early 2022, however, the shutdown, that would be 2020, the shutdown caused by the COVID led Carnival to begin revamping their fleet. They sent some older, less efficient vessels. Reports emerged a few months later that the Fantasy was on its way to the scrapyard. As the pandemic wore on, Carnival announced in September that they planned to sell the Fascination, which was launched in 1994. Later reports confirmed that sale, indicated the vessel would remain in service for a new owner rather than being scrapped. Now, at the time, Carnival listed the Carnival Sensation as one of 4 upgraded Fantasy-class ships that would return to service once they were able to resume operations. They described those ships as featuring additional balcony staterooms, enhanced dining, enhanced entertainment options that would be part of their Fun Ship 2.0 enhancement program. Sensation was actually launched, by the way, in 1993. So they currently offer Mobile departures aboard the Carnival Sensation starting May 1st. Company spokesperson said that was part of a plan for a gradual return to full normal operations. A hiatus that was expected to end April 30th. So that'd be kind of right on schedule. May 1, 2021. Interesting, I'm not seeing anything. Well, I take that back. A couple of weeks ago, Scott did send me the download where if you go to the Carnival website, they've got all these new enhancements as far as social distancing and mask wearing and all the things you're going to have to go through, COVID testing before boarding the ship, testing after getting off your cruise. So, you'll have to check that out. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. And what do you say, Pappy? Good morning.
Good evening, Steve. How are you, sir?
Hey there.
Hey man, I figured I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna break down. I'm gonna do my part this spring. Yes, sir. I'm going to get a real comfortable lawn chair. Go out on the back deck about noon. Get me some of that Miller Lite or whatever, and sit there and get me a big old suntan. That way I can become less white. You know what I'm saying?
Be less white. Yeah. The hell does that come from?
Steve, they don't mean this. They don't believe none of this. They are doing nothing but trying to divide this country. That's all they're doing. Anyway, guess what I seen tonight?
What's that?
Steve, I've seen this meteor. It's one of the best ones I've ever seen. I mean, holy moly. It lasted about 3 or 4 seconds. Big, bright teal color, due east, straight at midnight. And it was something else, man. I've only seen a couple like that in my lifetime. But, man, it was something else. I was waiting for that sonic boom to happen. I never heard it.
Really? It was that bright, huh?
Yeah, man, it was something else. I mean, who knows how far away it was, you know, but I don't know if anybody else seen it, but it was something else. Other than that, just chilling, man.
Just hanging out, chilling? Okay. Trying to be less white. I mean, if you're going through a training session that says be less white, and it says be less arrogant, be less certain, be less defensive, be more humble, listen, believe, isn't that pretty much trying to accuse anyone that is white that they're all those things rolled into one?
Yes, sir. All white privilege, man. You know. I don't know, Steve. I don't know what, you know. We've been saying this for how long? Just when you think things can't get any crazier, it does. Yeah, I don't know if the old Donald, if he's going to run again in 2024 or not. I don't know.
I can definitely see him looking to endorse and back candidates to run against some of those that stabbed him in the back or whatever, to make them pay the price. And president, I don't know, because I know you got the oldest president ever in office right now, but Dom would be getting up there. Is he 73 now? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he's going to.
You know what? You mark my words. You're going to see the media start turning on Uncle Joe here. Mark my words. They're going to try to get Miss Harris in there as quick as possible. Remember my date, October 26, 2020. They're going to get her in. The media's going to turn on Uncle Joe, Sleepy Joe. Yes, sir. What's that governor's name down in Florida?
DeSantis. Governor DeSantis.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, look at him. He's a sharp cookie.
Yeah, some are saying that he's rising in the Republican ranks, and he's a big supporter of Trump.
Yes,
Trump likes him. I think he'd be a good potential head for the ticket.
He don't play into the media. You know, the Republicans for years, what the Democrat Party would do. If anything came up, they would call him a racist, and they would be like, "Oh my God, don't call me a racist." Okay, I back down. I'll sign the bill, whatever you want. That's why they hated Trump so much. He would not put up with it. He would fire right back. He wouldn't take it. And that governor down in Florida, I've seen a couple news conferences with him, and he fired right back. He didn't take none of it. So keep your eye on him.
Yeah, I believe that.
And there was I don't know if she was a senator from Wisconsin, maybe, female. I'm trying to think of her name. They came out, media in a news conference. Media was coming out asking her about if she was going to mandate, that state wear masks.
Yeah.
And even doubling up on the mask. She just laughed at him. She said, absolutely not. It's not the government's, role into mandating people wear masks. We're all big boys and big girls. You know, if you want to put a mask on, put it on. If you don't, you don't.
So personal choice. That's
Yes, sir. I mean, it's common sense, man. You walk into a grocery store, if they want you to put a mask on, put a mask on, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Pretty simple.
It's that simple. Anyway, a little common sense would go a long way. So,
I
which
guess
this country is losing.
If we had any common sense left, seems like it's disappearing fast.
Out the window, man. Out the window. Going to be an interesting couple of years here, that's for sure.
Yep.
Just when you think it can't get any crazier, it will.
Well, Pappy, always good to hear
from
from you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for chiming in. That frees up another line there if you want to jump in. All right, so flip over to another breakdown. Now, obviously, like everything else in this country, is the Coca-Cola training. The slides being met with a mix of approval from some and outcries from others. Some people actually saying they would consider buying more Coke products. Others threatening to boycott the company. Like everything else, the country is split. This doesn't seem to be doing anything to really bring it together. Now, one employment lawyer said this seems like blatant racial discrimination. The company, in a statement to the U.S. Sun, as we mentioned from the other story, this is intended to promote a more inclusive workplace for our employees. Our Better Together global training is part of a learning plan to help build an inclusive workplace. It is comprised of a number of short vignettes, each a few minutes long. The training includes access to the LinkedIn Learning platform on a variety of topics, including on diversity, equity, inclusion. They said, we will continue to listen to our employees and refine our learning programs as appropriate. Well, okay. So, again, all confirmed either way. To the heat wave. Good morning. What's happening?
Good morning, Senor. No, not a whole lot, just a whole bunch of construction here just south of Sacramento, heading up to Portland. I understand Portland is the heroin capital of America. I had no idea. Did you?
I did not realize that.
I mean, I think they legalized it to a degree, but a friend down in the Yuma, Arizona, he was like, "Oh God, please be careful." And I said, "Don't worry about it. We're going to Swan Island, where all the warehouses are and the shipping areas are." And I said, "Them cats, they will not step a foot on Swan Island because they don't want to be offered a job. So we've got no problem with them losers down there." Knuckle Buster was talking about the bologna that was picked up at the Mexican border. Yeah, they can't bring that bologna in from Mexico because it's not processed like it is over here, and so there's some diseases that may be in that bologna that they do not want to spread to the animals out here.
Oh.
And I don't know how they would contract anything, and unless I don't know. Let your mind wander where it may. But yeah, like mad cow or some sort of bovine
spongiform
virus or whatnot, can be transferred over here, and that's what they're trying to stop. So yeah, I remember that a couple of weeks ago, and I thought, well, that's just funnier than hell. Big Ed, he texted me earlier today. He was talking about, one of these days he wants to come up to the house there in New Mexico to take a look-see at the solar. And I told him, well, hopefully I'll be home this weekend, and he's got my number, and he can go ahead and give me a holler. I already told him that on the messenger. But yeah, anybody that wants to come by and take a look, see at the Heat Waves Hacienda where the solar panels are on, you're more than welcome to do so whenever I'm there. Just be sure to wear a flak jacket. Earlier this evening, my wife sent me a video, and all you could hear was damn gunfire on there, like it was a semi-automatic going up against a semi-automatic pistol.
Really?
You'd hear 3 quick bangs and then 1 pop, and then another 3 quick bangs and then 1 pop. And it's like, they're not going after coyotes out there hunting that away. It's usually 1 shot, 1 kill. So I don't know if it's Albuquerque crime spreading out our way and it was a bad drug deal, or just somebody raising hell and they're celebrating that they got ammunition and they're just going to try to show everybody, hey, look, you see what I got. So, yeah.
I got a whole bunch of pictures from you this past day. Some of those, those are massive. Solar farms out there? You had Vegas and Primm, Nevada. Was it?
North Las Vegas. Yeah, right there at the California border with Nevada on the 15 at Primm. That's where you had those 3 towers, and you saw 2 of them that were absolutely blinding, shooting down to the solar panels around it. Then you had that one that was not on. Now, in the last couple of months, I have yet to see those things on. But when all 3 of them are on at night, holy crap. I mean, you can't help but be drawn to that like a moth to a flame. I mean, it is that bright. And I guess since the shutdown, they haven't had the need for more power in Las Vegas. But now that they're opened up, I guess they're going to go ahead and start producing even more power from those towers during the day as well as at night. So, yeah, it's massive. And I'm wondering if those were the towers that who was it? Was it Chevy guy that was talking about that it was costing more to make electricity than what they said it was going to be?
Correct.
So yeah, okay, all right. So I think those might be the towers he was talking about. So, and since I'm blocked on Facebook from commenting, I can't go around making any friends. I guess if somebody wants to friend me, then, they can, and I can accept it, but I can't request anything. And I noticed Chevy guys had his picture from 1980 on his CDL, and prior to that, he was in the Navy. And I know Big Ed was saying Chevy guys got a whole lot of Chevys in his garage. He said it's a size. I'm going to have to get a hold of Chevy guy and just see if he can shoot pictures of the Chevys that he's got, because I'd sure like to see some of the old ones that he might have.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, anyways. But, that's those solar panels. I mean, good Lord. I mean, it's just acres and acres of them. And, as long as you got a clear day and a bright sunshine and nothing on them panels, they ought to produce enough juice to get places going. But
that would make sense in that part of the country. You get out there in the desert, the desert areas. Yeah, you've got a whole lot more nothing but sunshine days, not a whole lot of rainy days. They have their monsoon season, but for most of the year they probably generate a lot of juice.
I'm sure they are. So, and plus you got the Hoover Dam right there. So, I mean, that in conjunction with the Hoover Dam, they've got plenty of juice to go around, that's for sure. So, yeah, I was saying yesterday I have 27 panels on my house. And when they installed it, they put a 35 watt breaker for the solar panel. And it's so efficient that they had to add another 5 watts so it wouldn't trip the switch. Come June of last year, we weren't producing anything, and I had no idea why. And I checked the breaker box, and it was tripped. And about once a week, it would go ahead and trip. So they had to figure out, just exactly how much I was putting out. And since they put in a 40-watt breaker, we're doing fine. We're doing fine.
Okay.
So, yeah. Well, we got time for a little funny.
Lay it on us. Absolutely.
Okay. We were talking to my wife. I mean, it's a true story. I mean, it's funny, but it's a true story. I was talking to my wife. I said, if I pass away, I said, the house will be paid for. And I said, you'll have money to take care of a few other things. The house, you're more than welcome to do so. And I said, but if you die, I said, I've got a $20,000 life insurance policy on you. And I have a $400,000 accidental life insurance policy. And I said, if I come home and you're on death's door for whatever reason, or you just croaked right before I get there, I said, I'm going to take you and put you into the driver's seat of my pickup. And I said, we're going to go someplace, and all of a sudden you're just going to be behind the wheel, and you're going to go over the cliff. And she said, what in the hell would you want to do that for? And I said, I've already got the 20,000. But then again, they wouldn't know if it was accidental death. So if they deemed it accidental, there's another 400,000. I said, and then I got full coverage on the pickup, so I ought to get something out of that. She just looked at me, rolled her eyes, and said, you jerk. Hey, have you ever thought about doing that 23andMe?
Oh, the whole DNA thing.
That test?
Nah, I haven't not really thought about it.
Well, I'm adopted, so I figured, I don't know what my family history is, and I don't know what the health of the health of the family is, and I'd like to go ahead and pass it along to my grandchildren. And I got a text the other day saying, okay, we've got your DNA, we've got you mapped out.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, all right, so what did y'all find out? And he says, well, you're 100% a-hole. And I thought, well, I've been called that before. I guess it's proven now.
Yeah?
Yeah, well, life goes on. No, when I get home, I will definitely find out exactly what kind of a mutt of Europe I am, and we'll just, I guess we'll just go from there. And hopefully, not only did I say I wanted to know what my history was as far as, what stock of European I am, and then the health history, but I also want to see if I can't find relatives. So hopefully I'll be, as soon as I find out, I'll hit a button and we can start checking what my nearest relatives are, blood relatives, and we'll go from there and see how things go. And hopefully they don't think I'm trying to milk them out of money, and I hope they don't think I've got money. Hell, I ain't nothing but a truck driver, just making my way. But,
right.
I just hope for an amiable or amicable, hello session, introduction, and if they want to stay with me as far as keeping in contact, that'd be fine. But I've gone almost 55 years here without knowing who they were, but it would be nice to know who they are and say thank you for having me. And and if they don't want to have nothing to do with me, well, I've been away from them for 55 years. It's not like it's going to affect me none.
Right.
So, yep. So, yeah, I'll be home this weekend for sure. And like I said, Miss Big Ed wants to give me a holler. He can, and if he's heading that way, and we'll just go ahead and crack a beer and just admire that mirror surface on top of my roof.
All right. Well, Heat Wave, good to hear
All right,
from you.
senor.
Thank you so much for checking in. All right. So we got wide open lines here as we wind things down for hour number 2 at 844-3388. Oh, boy. So de Blasio, it kind of blew up in his face, according to the headline. Blade Runner, thanks for the stories. You shared a number of stories with me this morning. For leftists, failures like New York's Mayor de Blasio, nothing's better than getting Trump. So it must have seemed unnatural to him to shut down 2 big skating rinks in New York City on the grounds that they were managed by the Trump Organization with 250 employees. De Blasio apparently actually sent out a tweet which says, New York City does not do business with insurrectionists. We are taking steps to terminate agreements with the Trump Organization to operate the Central Park Carousel, Woolman and Lasker skating rinks, and the Ferry Point Golf Course in the Bronx. While city officials have explored ways to exit the agreement since 2015, de Blasio said in an interview that the deadly, destructive invasion of the Capitol left no other option. The city of New York will no longer have anything to do with the Trump Organization. He added that he sees the city as standing on strong legal ground should Trump decide to file suit. Turns out he had another option. And after hearing from angry New Yorkers, he skedaddled as fast as he could take it. According to the New York Post, City Hall reversed Mayor de Blasio's move to shutter the skating rinks ahead of the typical April closing dates in an effort to freeze out his political rival. To which they said, New York City kids deserve all the time on the ice they can get this year. The Woolman and Lasker rinks will stay open under current management for the few weeks left in this season. It was pretty much the stupidest thing, the most disgusting shutdown since Jimmy Carter pulled America out of the 1980 Olympics to protest the Soviet Union's 1979 invasion of Afghanistan. It was also a very leftist thing to do. Well, of course, leftists consider the needs of people last in their calculations, and this is no exception. I hate Trump, want nothing to do with Trump. Whatever we can do to get to Trump, that's what de Blasio is all about. But, all right, we'll get a time out here, get back to your calls. Again, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, so if you weren't with us, hour number 1 out of the box, we did make the announcement. The app is now available for Android phones. Not up and running yet for the iPhone. So if you have an Android phone, you can go to the Google Play Store. That's where you download the apps. It is a free app. You can download that and with the click of one button. You can listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. You won't have to have the screen on. The video's not there. Just the live programming as we are streaming from midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern Time each night. Now, if you want to go back and listen to some of the previous shows via the podcast and whatnot, more and more. I think all the podcast platforms, I think they've got us linked into most of those, according to Kyle. So, yeah, they're working on it. I've had several people message saying, yeah, the app, they got the app downloaded, working fine. So, all right, let me flip over, see if we got on the comment page, as we've got, again, lines available at 844-844-3388. All right, let's see. Hey, Steve, I'm glad we were off the road for repairs during that cold snap in Texas. I hope power officials and government officials step up and do something so this won't happen again. Whether it's a cold spell or a hot spell, people need to do their part to conserve and use a Generac power to lighten the loads. All right, I have an outdoor broiler. I'll burn anything it'll burn. I'll get coal in totes, bring 40,000 pounds home to Texas. The boiler in my house and my daughter's houses holds 3,000 gallons, antifreeze. The coal goes 2 or 3 years. And I burn used engine oils as well. Okay. Let's see. Hello, Steve. This is Bill. I love listening to the show while working. I like the Hot Shot Secret Studio, too. Have you heard from Stinger? No, we have not heard from Stinger. I guess depending on who you are, some say that's good. Others say I miss him. Stinger was one of those, love him or hate him kind of guys, right? What do you expect in this day and age? He could be a little boisterous and obnoxious from time to time, but no, I have not heard from him since we got the new platform up and running here from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, then I did get an email from Monty. He said, I'd love to chat with Heatwave and pick his brain about the solar panels that he has set up there at his house. If he wouldn't mind talking to me, he sent me the phone number. So I will forward that email to Heatwave because, Heatwave sent me a bunch of pictures, so I've got your email there. I'll be sending that out to you here a little bit later on this morning. So there you go. I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to you about that, Monty. And again, wide open lines at 844-844-3388. Yes, Chevy guy.
Tim, now, I can't take credit on that windmill deal. I know very little about it. The only comment I made about the windmills, to me, it seemed like they could have had that mesh built in to the blades, like the back window of your Cadillac. And then you flip a switch, it heats up and defrosts the blade, and it wouldn't freeze up. And that was the only comment. It might have been Eagle that it made mention about the cost of building them and maintaining them.
Okay.
As for my garage full of Chevys, boy, I wish I was the guy that Heatwave had mentioned. No. My house is worth about $38,000 in this day and age here in South Carolina. I paid $26,000 for it. It was unlivable. It's an old house. It was drug out down here at Ellington when they put the nuclear plant in, and they trucked it up there and dropped it off where I live, 1949. There ain't a round nail in the place, and it's a wonderful little place. It got one little gas propane heat stove in the middle. It's got original wooden floors in it. It's just old, and it's cheap. It's cheap to heat. It's cheap to cool. The outside, I knew when I bought it, it wasn't going to be an investment house because it has the fiberglass asbestos siding on it, so it would be nearly impossible to sell. But it was a roof over my head. It's paid for. I got it paid for in 15 years. It's a wonderful little place, an acre I got an acre and a half of ground big enough to bring a tractor home. And as for my garage, I go to my mailbox. I walk by my carport, which I call barn, and I turn and look, and there's a Ford Ranger sitting there. And yeah, I wanted that because my wife could drive. I got it because it had the automatic shift on the column, and it was a good little truck. It's only got 140 some odd thousand on it, and that's a whole nother story. But the engine went out on it, and I needed a car for the next Monday. And I called Chevy dealers, and I called Ford dealers. And on a Saturday, and the Ford dealer said, "Come on down." And I didn't need much of a car, so I didn't buy much of a car. So I got a Ford Fiesta sitting there, and I got a Ranger. So yeah, but no, I'm not. I haven't really done well materially, but I've got a wonderful wife. I've got a wonderful life. Let's say at the end of the month, the truth of the matter is I get a week and a half paycheck free and clear to put back. And you can't complain about that. You get your home paid for. It's amazing how that all can change.
Right.
And how far advanced you can do in your savings. But and those pictures are all of my cars from back in the 70s and in the early 80s. I don't have a garage full of cars. I wish I did. But I was in the Navy, and that picture is 1980, and I was in Ohio first, and I got a chauffeur's license in 79 when I got out of the Navy, early 79. And I got my first trucking job, but I moved to West Virginia in 1980, and I got my chauffeur's license there. So, yeah, it's I really blew myself up there. But guys, it sounds like y'all are more successful than I am. I'm proud of you. I'm a Republican because I don't have a problem. You guys chose to work in the cities. You chose to work in a union situation. You chose to work, you chose to do your job, and I support the fact that you deserve to keep most of what you work for. But no, and anybody want to contact me, that's fine. You pretty well know what I believe out here. But no, I'm really appreciative over Steve Summers' overnight drive. I appreciate listening to all you guys. But man, I'm just Lord, I'm just a little guy in a pool of great big fish in my book. So, all right, I just wanted to clarify where I am because I ain't that successful, but then again, I am. So it just maybe not materially like that, but Lord, I thought it was a big deal when I got $3,600 to get my metal roof put on my house. I ain't there, and I just as envious as all get out is Steve Summers claiming that he's out there with Knucklebuster drinking Skullbuster beer in his plastic pool out in the backyard. I could use that down here every now and then. So other than that, I'm gonna sit back in the rocking chair and listen. Y'all, I really enjoy everybody who gets on here, and yeah, if I can get Heat Wave on my Facebook page, you're more than welcome, buddy. And just 10-4 on that. All right. I'm back here in the rocking chair, copying the mail, 10-4.
Be safe, Chevy Guy. Thank you very much for chiming in. Okay, what? We spoke to Sylvester last week, and I was kind of picking his brain. Explain to us what's this deal with Facebook and Australia, and they're Facebook banning any sharing of news or on their platform. And apparently it's begun to spread. According to the New York Post, Canada has already joined in, and there may be other countries. They're actually trying to form a coalition of countries And again, I'm still a little bit confused the way Sylvester made it sound. That he kind of explained that he didn't feel like Facebook was the bad guy in this particular scenario. So let me go to the New York Post. And again, the headline, Canada will join Australia, requiring Facebook and other tech giants to pay for the journalism that helps drive users to their very profitable sites. All right, so I remember last year they released the numbers. Where do people get their news? And obviously, the older you are, there are still some people that actually get the newspaper delivered, and those tend to be much older individuals, mostly. They broke down, do you get your news via like the nightly news, CBS, ABC, NBC, or do you rely solely on cable news? They went through all the different categories. And the younger generation, the majority of them actually get their news via social media, the likes of Facebook and other platforms like that. So we know that there's a lot of people that's their primary source, according to the studies. So they say Facebook's outrageous bid to blackmail Australia into dropping their effort to make the tech companies pay for journalism isn't working. See, so it started with what Australia says if you're going to share actual news from credible news sources in Australia, we're not letting you have that for free. I mean, many, many news outlets today, as you know, you may have clicked on what used to be your favorite news source, and you can't do it for free anymore. They'll let you see 1 or 2 articles or something, sometimes 5 in a month or whatever. Then you gotta pay. You gotta pay to get that news. Well, apparently it's not working. Canada now is following their Commonwealth cousin, requiring that tech giants pay for the news that helps drive those users to their sites. Canada's Minister of Canadian Heritage called Facebook highly irresponsible last week when they started barring users from sharing Australian news or even blocking public service pages that provided COVID info and bushfire warnings. He apparently is drafting similar legislation to Australia's. He said, quote, Canada is at the forefront of this battle, vowing his government will not be intimidated. He recently says he's met with ministers from Australia, France, Germany, and Finland to develop a coalition targeted at getting Facebook and Google to pay fair compensation for media, a.k.a. news. We believe there's real strength in unity on that. He said, nothing the coalition could rise. We could see 15 countries join in. Is Facebook going to cut ties with Germany, with France, with Canada, with Australia, and other countries that will join in? At a certain point, their position will be completely untenable. These are going to band together and force them to pay up. Now, Google did just announce a revenue sharing deal with News Corp, the largest owner of newspapers by circulation in Australia. They are in discussions, apparently, with Canadian companies. We'll see where that goes. Yeah, you can't end up with half of the free world not being allowed, unable to see news or share news via the social media and the younger generation, because that's their source of getting news. All right, Scooter says, hey, Steve, where can I find a link for your new Android app? All right, so you go to the Google Play Store, I guess they call it. I'm not real familiar with how apps work and whatnot. My wife actually helped me download the app to my phone because she knows all about this, smartphones, but it's the Google Play Store where you download apps. You click on search and type in overnightdriveradio.com, all one word, overnightdriveradio.com. You click on go or search, whatever it is, and it'll pop right up there. Then you can click on download. It takes about 30 seconds or less to download the app. And then you've got the little play button. Yeah, click play, and there you go. You're listening live to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. I think I might be able to actually click on the link. Josh sent me the actual link that takes you to it. I'll try to share that on my Facebook page, the social media. All right, with that, where do we leave off here? Let's get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. I think we got Tim Jim on the line. Hello, Tim Jim.
Hey, Steve, good morning.
Morning.
You know what? Download that app is just that simple. In the time it took you to explain it, I was able to find it, download it, and start listening.
Good deal. All right.
So it worked out great. I'm glad it's there. It makes the experience a whole lot better for being out on the road, especially someone like me. I mean, I'm doing 12 stops a night, so in and out of the truck all the time. And before listening on to YouTube or whatever with the screen lit up, that you're always knocking it somewhere else where you don't want it to be. So
yeah.
Glad to see it there. Thanks to the power to made it possible. Thank you very much.
So that's a good deal. So you can listen. You can listen, and I'm not real familiar with all this technical stuff, but yeah, when you're using an app like that, you can still do other things with the phone, right? Like the things that you couldn't do if you had it on YouTube or Facebook.
Exactly right. Yeah, before I'm not a Facebook person, but when it was on the YouTube, you were as soon as you got off of that screen, it was gone, unless you want to pay $11 a month for the privilege to do something else, which I refuse to do. But at any rate, being on the app, you just minimize the screen with your app button on the Android, the newer ones, and you can actually run 2 or 3 programs at the same time, much like on the laptop.
Okay,
so
cool.
It's a blessing. Worked out real well.
Very good.
Worked out real well. Okay, so you were just talking about the solar panels. In fact, what Heatwave was talking about, and I think you alluded to it too, was the like a solar farm where they have a massive field and they're all kind of pointing to one central location to fire that up for power generation. Believe it or not, that was actually in a story, a book I used to read a lot of Clive Cussler, which wrote a bunch of water sea type. His main character was a Dirk Pitt that was kind of like a James Bond of the Seven Seas type thing. But anyhow, he wrote it up back in the 80s. It was done over the Middle Eastern companies, but the same thing you're talking about, the strength of the sun power going into the solar collector would fry a human in seconds. So just kind of ironic that that's where we're coming to now, much like Gene Roddenberry, who wrote a whole lot of Star Trek and many other stories, is actually kind of coming to fruition. As far as on your house, though, I'd looked into that myself. They were wanting $55,000 to put the panels on the house, and that would just generate power, obviously, while the sun's out. And my question to them was, well, when the power goes off, which it does quite often at my house, I said, are those panels still going to be putting power in the house? He said, no, you have to have electricity in order to switch your meter around to get that power in. So just a couple minutes worth of paper and a pencil, I come to figure out real quickly that if I just kept the length of my solar panels, about 25 to 30 years, if I just kept my present situation, I would end up saving almost $10,000 if I just paid my electric bill the way it was, as opposed to putting on the solar panels. So wow. I just kind of opted out of it, because to put the battery power in you need now is another 30, 40 grand. So you're looking at upwards of 100,000 to set your house up.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah,
that's rather rather expensive. Though. That's like when Heatwave called last night. I think he said he sunk $35,000 into his. That's a big investment.
Yeah, and like I said, my house, I forget what the kilowatt usage is. They go off your power bill, but I got 3,000 square foot home, and the power bill would take, like I said, that's what they said would be, right in those numbers. I said, well, shoot, this thing doesn't pay for it. And then in 25 years, by the time you get it paid off, you got to buy new panels again, because those panels keep diminishing year after year on how much power they put back. So it's just something for everybody to look into to make sure you weigh out both sides of it. Of course, I got a propane backup generator that will run the whole house, kicks in automatically. That I put that in myself for $3,500, and I'm just tickled pink with it as far as that goes.
Right.
So the big question is, though, now we're coming out of the spring. Did you ever get the heat fixed in your house?
Indeed, we did. Yes. Yep.
Okay. You finally just went ahead and fixed the heat and worried about the warranty later on?
I ended up paying for it myself. Paid it out of pocket.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You might as well just pay for it and fight with you got to get the house heated up. So you put in a new furnace in for it?
I canceled that damn warranty company. I mean, because if they're going to be like that, I ain't going to be paying on monthly. And so, yeah, I didn't get a whole new inside unit. I had to get a new control board, had to get a new motor, and the drip pan had kind of melted some, so they had to replace that.
Okay.
So
all right. Well, you got to look at it two ways there, Steve. I mean, it's one thing to stand up fighting and tell them that they're wrong and go on, but when you got the princess gnawing on your shoulder, they're telling you better get some heat in this house. You got to fight the bullet.
Yeah. Funny thing was, we got it fixed right in time to, with a heat pump, when your temperature get down to, I think once you get it below like 20 degrees, the damn, the outside unit is almost useless. So we've for the most part had it on the emergency heat ever since they got the darn thing fixed. Now that we're supposed to warm up like 47 today, 50 tomorrow, maybe I can actually turn it over, and I think that'll be warm enough to actually generate some heat from the outside air. But
yeah, well, mine is set at 30. Mine's set at 30 degrees, but I have my mother's at 35 because she's a little bit older. Of course, she likes to have a little bit more heat. But I heard someone say, actually, it was someone called into your show here a few years back, and somebody up north, but they found out that actually once you get down below, they'll actually keep making heat, although it won't be a lot, but you get out of that defrost cycle, once you get down below like 50 or 20, 25 degrees, because you don't have any more moisture in the air.
Yeah.
So, but they still do make some heat, but although it's which a lot of people it deals with an outside heat pump, that it's not a heat that you feel coming out of the register. I mean, the unit's working and you still feel kind of cool, but your actual temperature stays right in the house. It's kind of hard to believe, but that's why a lot of people think that they're not working, because you're still feeling cool air at the register, but it's actually enough air to keep the temperature up.
Really? Okay. Well, yeah, when I put my hand over the register, if it doesn't feel warm, if it feels like it's just cool air blowing, I'm like, well, that ain't doing nothing.
Well, exactly right. But like I said, if you watch the thermostat on the wall, it's actually not losing any temperature. It's still blowing heat, but it's just not what you're used to. As far as like when you actually got the heating coils, which you're all electric, I believe. But,
correct.
When you got the heating coils fired up, you're feeling actual warm air coming out the register.
Exactly.
So that's the difference.
And you're drawing a lot more power.
But,
you're racking up your electric bill.
Actually, I would say that outside unit uses less electricity than what your heat coils use on the inside.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're just running a motor. You're just running a motor and a compressor. You're not running 3 to 5 heating coils that are pulling like major electricity to heat them up. So
yep.
Probably doing pretty good on that. But I got one more thing on horse feathers. I mentioned the other day. They're about being self-sufficient, which is big in this industry. You used to have, like, every wintertime, someone make sure you have your survival gear in the truck and a heat source and some food enough to carry you through a few hours at least. But being my job here, like I said, we're doing a delivery all the time, kind of like package delivery. We have a weekly call-in, and this morning's call-in, we had one guy carrying on. This guy runs in Central PA. That a dealership didn't have the lots shoveled off for him so he could make his delivery. here come to find out there was only like an inch or two of snow on the lot, not a major thing that it could have been moved. Us old guys, we carry a shovel, rock salt, whatever, because we got to move automotive engines and a lot of heavy stuff on pallet jacks, and cages are about 1,400 pounds on wheels to move them around. To which one of our guys that runs up in Buffalo all the time says, "You know what, pal?" He said, "I'm pushing stuff around in a foot of snow every damn day." He says, "Buy yourself a shovel and some rock salt and quit crying and whining." So that just tells you the difference between the old hands and the young pups.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that's where I'll let you go. So it looks like the bottom of the hour. You're ready to go somewhere.
Yep, we're.
Thanks again for the app.
You got it. Yep, I'm glad you found it there. And very good. Yeah, we have reached the bottom of the hour about 2 minutes ago. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, back at it here. Yeah, a little bit quiet on the phones tonight. Got big moves on the loose, and then lines wide open at 844-844-3388. Jump on board, join us here on a Tuesday morning. Let's see, what's her name? Said, I'm not finding the app. Angela says, I'm not finding the app. Okay, first of all, it's only on the Android phone right now. The iPhone app has been submitted to iPhone. You got to wait for them to authorize it or whatever. I don't know what they have to go through, but Android, again, approved it and loaded it up somewhere in the last few days. They didn't even notify. They didn't even notify us that they'd put it up. And Josh just had a hunch and went over there, and lo and behold, there it was. But if you do have an Android phone, you go to the App Store, Google Play Store, whatever you want to call it, and type in overnightdriveradio.com. And it should pop right up there. Don't leave any spaces between the words, overnightdriveradio.com, and you shall see it there. I looked over, there's, and it's, as I mention it, every time I mention it, more people are jumping on and downloading it. Looks like there's like 113 on it right now that have just, and that's, we just got it, up and running this morning. So people kind of flipping over. Just hang in there for the iPhone app, though. Very good. All right, and thanks for listening in. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Where's the story I had in regards to, a year ago we were all searching for toilet paper and hand sanitizer. Couldn't find it. Well, this year, what they're having a hard time finding, apparently, is granite for headstones. Really? As the country approached that grim milestone, as we've heard in the news this past day, 500,000 lives. CBS News spoke to a Long Beach, California funeral director who told him it's busier right now than any other point during the pandemic, as the final face that families see when a COVID case ends in death. Traffic to the funeral home has grown to the point that we actually have to give a reservation code to a family just so they could be seen. And I'll tell you, the poor churches are so backlogged. So, I guess a lot of headstones, the demand has been way up. And, California still has some rather high numbers, but there was good news in recent days. I mentioned the guy from Johns Hopkins, the professor there, who said that the numbers are trending lower rapidly, 77% down in like the past month. And he sees light at the end of the tunnel. If we continue on that pace, he said we may be able to get life back to normal. What was it, April or May, something like that? I mean, not too far down the line. All right, Big Moose, what's been happening out there? Let's click on there you go. Hello, Big Moose.
Hey, bud. What's going on?
Oh, just playing radio. You know the drill.
Yeah, I know. It don't ever change, does it? I talked to our old buddy Possum Breath yesterday, and his wife, Phyllis, for years and years was a freelance photographer, and she worked for all the Dayton Daily News and a bunch of the newspapers in Ohio. And anyway, I guess he got together, and everywhere they went, she always had a camera. And she took a bunch of them old pictures that she had, and they started scanning them some way on the internet, and they made up a disc, and he sent me a file that had over 7,000 photos on it. And he's going to send me a disc with everything on it. But, man, I tell you what, I was getting almost teary-eyed and sentimental looking back at some of that stuff. They had pictures of things that I had long forgot about. And there was pictures of us back in the day. Well, there was one picture in there of me and old Possum and Phyllis as his wife, and your dad, and Bill Cunningham, and Gary Burbank when Gary opened that barbecue joint down there in Cincinnati.
I remember
sometime
that.
in the 90s, I guess it was.
Yeah, I ate there on a number of occasions.
Yeah, and I even found a picture of she had taken sitting in front of WLW down there of, Gary, before he was Gary, was Billy Purser. And there's a picture of his van down there all painted up, and it says, what was it? Billy Purser, Traveling Roadshow or Traveling Talk Show or something on it. It was one of them old Econoline Ford vans, them old square toaster-looking vans, and just a bunch of neat stuff. I wanted to share some of that with you. I don't know if I tried to disassemble that email where I could just take certain pictures out of it, and I ain't smart enough to figure that out. I'm going to have to get one of them kids to show me how to do that. But I sent me pictures of that old, remember I was telling you that story about him buying that old and wrecking it down there at the Ford plant?
Yep.
I got a picture of that while it's still up on the pylons. It was where they hadn't even towed it off yet. She took pictures of it where it was still up in a wrecked heap. But yeah, I tell you what, I had to stroll down memory lane. Like I said, a lot of stuff on there that I'd even forgot about. It was kind of neat to see all that stuff again. But another thing too, I was sitting at the shop today. It was about 5:30 this evening, and this cat come pulling in there about 60 mile an hour right off the street. Big old 377 Peterbilt and a flatbed trailer, coming there wanting to know if I was the big moose from the Steve Sommers overnight drive program.
Really?
And I said, well, I guess so. Yeah, and this cat's name is Comstock, but he calls himself Billy the Kid. And he wanting to know, I guess he's a owner operator. We talked shop there for about an hour, but he's wanting to know basically if I would let him leave a trailer up there at my place, because he's doing a deal. He's, I guess he's hauling red iron for some construction site around there, and he needs to stage an extra trailer. So I took pity on the poor fool, because I seen a lot of me in him. He's about to, I remember that stage of the game where he's at now. And I know how hard it can be when you ain't got some allies to depend on. So I got him fixed up. And other than that, I'm just trying to be less white.
Yeah. I figured you'd have a little something to say about that, Big Moose.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, folks. What we're dealing with is not a Democrat or a Republican issue. This is a theology that's a whole lot deeper than some mindless nitwit like Joe Biden, who wants to go around sniffing kids and letting them rub on his legs at the pool and not remembering what he had for breakfast, but 40-year-old memories as clear as the day they happened. This is not about some senile old man with a radical agenda. This is a theology we're dealing with here. This is the new normal. How many times have you heard that phrase? Yep. The new normal. The new normal. This is not going to be 2 rough years or 4 rough years. This is it, folks. Because the only thing you've got to combat these people with is your vote, and they've just proven how useless your vote is, displayed it before the world. Your vote doesn't even warrant a simple investigation. So this is not a 2 rough year. This ain't going to be 2 rough years or 4 rough years. This is the new normal, and they've bastardized the media. And they've got everybody hooked in this social media, and they're manipulating the facts, and they're manipulating the thought process, and people aren't smart enough to realize what's happened or just too lazy to investigate. But history repeats itself. This is not the first time this has happened. This time it's you need to be less white. Last time it was you need to be less Jewish. Like I said, this is not a short term. This is not a short term thing. Mm-hmm. This is a long term process that they're got a heck of a jump start on. And here's a simple fact, folks. This is the way communism works. You vote your way in, you shoot your way out. And that's been proven time and time again on countless continents and countless generations. But, whatever. And like I said, I'm just going to shut up about it because, and I'm tired of hearing the belly aching because, it is what it is. And there ain't nothing you can do to change it till they come knocking on your door. And then there ain't going to be a whole lot you can do then, but you can go out like a patriot, not a coward, I guess. So.
Well, Big
I'm
Moose,
just full of good news.
yeah, I know. Well, you are correct though. This is not just some fly by night or fad that's gonna disappear in a few days like so many things do. Yeah, this is, as you say, this is the new norm. It's life as we know it has changed, and get used to it. So as the fallout continues, the loss of power in Texas for millions of people. Now, most has been restored, but trying to get answers. And why was the state not prepared for this? According to the Bloomberg report this past day, Vistra Corporation, one of the largest power generators in Texas, said they warned state agencies days before the blackouts plunged millions into darkness, that their internal forecast showed electricity demand was expected to exceed the supply. Despite that warning, they say, the coordination and planning by authorities across the broader energy sector were seemingly disproportionate to the severity of the situation. Now, they did not identify which state entities they contacted. The Electric Reliability Council is, of course, the grid operator, while the Texas Public Utilities Commission regulates the power generators. But ERCOT said in a statement, their operating notices incentivized all available generation to serve customers. Now, they didn't respond to comment on the letter from Vistra this past day. An official with the Public Utilities Commission said he wasn't privy to any sort of correspondence between the agency and Vistra, and he referred the matter to the Electric Reliability Council. So, days ahead of this event, they said Vistra and even others forecast insufficient generation would be available. And we started winter emergency preparations. The warning signs were there, but the public was not aware of the gravity of the situation, which led to people being unable to respond and make the necessary adjustments for their families. Okay, as we all know, at the peak there were 4 million people without power, several days of unprecedented cold, but I'm sure all this kind of stuff will be coming out as there are numerous investigations. And it sounds like the fallout, even Governor Abbott isn't getting a lot of positive response right about now. Seeing a lot of people pointing the finger of blame at their being unprepared in the state. All right, who's next up here? It's 844-844-3388, and I'm not seeing a name. Who we got on the line here?
Yeah, this is Gilligan. How are you doing? Just driving up 81 as usual, Hey, I want to support heat wave a little bit. I really do hope he's able to track down his family and that sort of thing and find out something about his past. I mean, it seems like a great service, but I know I've seen and heard reports that they're not as accurate as they make them out to be. One of the great TV show hosts, I can't remember what it was. They sent in that DNA stuff on a set of identical triplets, and all three of them come out as different results from being from different countries. I don't know if you've ever seen anything on that or not.
I can't say that I have, no.
He may want to look that up. But like I said, I wish him the best. I mean, I know my family roots. I've been able to trace them back even to the 1700s. And my wife, her mother, was a foster child. She don't know who her parents are, and I know that makes it rough. But yeah, he may want to check into that. I remember there was a couple of reports on that just a few years ago about 23andMe. I can't remember the Ancestry. Is it Ancestry.com? No, that don't go by your DNA, does it?
I think it does. I'm not sure, but I thought they did.
Yeah. Okay. I've heard. I'm just saying what I've heard. I mean, I don't wish anything bad on him in any way, shape, or form. He seems like a hell of a nice guy. I'd love to get to meet him sometime. It's kind of funny. We're actually about the same age. I'll be 54 in July myself. So, but as far as this deal with Coca-Cola, I'm not a drinker of Coke products, but I don't see me ever drinking another Coke if I can avoid it or just flat out slip.
It's going to be interesting to see what this translates to in sales, and I see people sharing the Coca-Cola brand. There's a whole lot of products. It's more than just a Coke or a Diet Coke,
right,
that they produce.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see where their sales go in the coming days and weeks. I mean, for those that support their action, they think this is great and they're going to buy more. Will it be able to counter the number of people that boycott or stop purchasing the product? Wonder how. Where will Pepsi sales go? Will Pepsi start climbing?
Well, there's a story you might be familiar with. Did you ever hear why Pepsi sales in the United States skyrocketed to way above Coke sales? Did you ever hear the story on where that got started?
I can't say that I did, no.
Well, back in World War II, the U.S. government asked soda makers to possibly contribute some soda to the war effort so they could send it to soldiers overseas, in Europe and in the Pacific. Well, Coke refused to do it, and Pepsi sent them millions of bottles of soda overseas, And, of course, when the GIs come back from World War II, that one Pepsi they got there in the trench over in Europe someplace, or out in the Pacific somewhere, man, was probably the best tasting soda they ever tasted in their life. And that's what skyrocketed Pepsi above Coke. But before that, they were scrambling, to stay with them.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen that on the story. It was on the History Channel, in fact. And it was the history of soda. Actually, a lot of people think Coke is the oldest soda maker in the United States, but actually it's Moxley, which is sold just a very small part of New Hampshire. It was introduced in 1882. Coke didn't come out until 1885. And the original Dr. Pepper actually goes back to, I think it's 1872 or 3. But of course, Dr. Pepper's been sold, traded over several times. I think even one time Royal Crown Cola, which is actually my soda of choice. And it's getting a little harder and harder to find. Well, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you,
Good
Gilligan.
talking to you.
Appreciate you checking in there, Gilligan. Very good. And that frees things up again. Wide open lines here on a Tuesday morning at 844-844-3388. Okay, so I guess they're kind of looking into it. The reports of an American Airlines flight 2292, an Airbus A320 flying between Cincinnati and Phoenix day before yesterday, February the 21st, had a bizarre close encounter with what the crew described as a long cylindrical object that almost looked like a cruise missile. moving extremely fast over top of their aircraft as they were cruising at 36,000 feet at 400 knots. The incident occurred over the remote northeast corner of New Mexico, to the west of the tiny town of Des Moines. Now, Steve Douglas is an experienced radio interceptor and the proprietor of Deep Black Horizon. He says he was recording from his arsenal of scanners when he heard the strange transmission. We've reviewed about an hour of audio that Douglas provided to us from before and after the strange radio call. We're working to authenticate it from the FAA and get further information and comment maybe from the agency on this. We've also reached out to American Airlines for additional details. But according to Steve's blog, at approximately 1:19 Central Time, on the Albuquerque Center frequency, and you've got the whole megahertz and whatnot, the pilot reported, quote, "Do you have any targets up here? We just had something go right over the top of us. I hate to say this, but it looked like a long cylindrical object that almost looked like a cruise missile type of thing, moving really fast over the top of us." According to Flight 24 and Flight Aware, American Airlines 2292 was over the northeast corner of New Mexico. No reply was monitored by Albuquerque Center because there was a local Amarillo air traffic walked on top of it. But again, American Airlines 2292 was near flight level at the time of that report. No significant military aircraft presence was noted on the logs. The aircraft flew on to land in Phoenix, Arizona. But Steve did provide the radio clip for download, which they have. This is similar to one that occurred in that same region almost exactly 3 years ago. In that case, it was a Learjet and an Airbus. Both had consecutive close encounters with some unidentified object that flew over the top of them while they were cruising at around 37,000 feet over eastern Arizona. Later, the highly experienced Learjet pilot, which was flying for the military contractor Phoenix Air, described just how strange the encounter was. His description somewhat similar to the one from the encounter that occurred. Now, the description of a missile-like object almost also fits with some of the documented encounters that U.S. Navy fighter pilots had with anomalous objects off the eastern seaboard in the last 10 years. As to what the pilots aboard American Airlines 2292 could have actually seen, we can't really say at this time. Many will point out New Mexico, home to the sprawling White Sands Missile Range, along with a number of other military facilities and restricted areas. Still, the chances that a missile could have gone off the reservation during a test or some other standard military explanation would be very unlikely. There are procedures in place for that sort of thing, and pilots would have been alerted to that sort of a safety hazard. Okay, oh boy. We get a news update here. Hey, lines wide open. Jump on board. We got a couple hours to go. Room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States passed the grim milestone Monday of 500,000 deaths from COVID-19. That's nearly 20% of the known global COVID deaths. President Biden has ordered flags at the White House flown at half-staff to honor the victims of the nearly year-long pandemic. He held a vigil at the White House Monday evening, paying tribute to those lost.
The people we lost were extraordinary. They spanned generations. Born in America, immigrated to America. But just like that, so many of them took their final breath alone in America. As a nation, we can't accept such a cruel fate. While we've been fighting this pandemic for so long, we have to resist becoming numb to the sorrow. We must do so to honor the dead but equally important, care for the living, those left behind.
This is USA Radio News.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand and you care about your credit, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 6 million people with credit card debt. Without destroying your credit, they can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. The program works. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-406-0046. 800-406-0046. That's 800-406-0046. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action, not a loan company.
The Supreme Court has ruled in the case of former President Trump's tax records. Lance Pry has the story from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
The Supreme Court cleared the way for a New York prosecutor to obtain President Trump's tax records. The High Court demanded tax records remain shielded from public disclosure. The subpoenas span documents from January 2011 to August 2019, including his tax records from accounting firm Mazars. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the family of an 11-year-old Texas boy who died during last week's winter storms has sued a power company and the state's electric grid operator. The suit against Entergy and the Electric Reliability Council of Texas accuses the companies of gross negligence, alleging they could have prevented the conditions that led to the boy's death by properly preparing their equipment against winter weather. The boy was found unresponsive in an unheated mobile home. The family believes he succumbed to hypothermia. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The House Budget Committee advanced a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill Monday, clearing the first major hurdle for the measure. Tim Berg has more on the opposition to that bill from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
The $1.9 trillion coronavirus rescue package proposed by House Democrats would increase the cost of living for many and kill jobs. That's according to the leading Republican on the House Budget Committee, Jason Smith. Meanwhile, Democrat from Pennsylvania, Matt Cartwright of the House Appropriations Committee, says we need to come together as a country and as a Congress to vote for this bill.
Let's come together as Republicans and Democrats and get it done. I totally agree with President Biden. I'd really like to see Republican buy-in on this.
Louisiana Republican Congressman Steve Scalise is no fan of the stimulus bill.
The $15 minimum wage, what does that have to do with COVID relief? Those small businesses are going to have an even harder time coming back when you go to a $15 minimum wage. These things have nothing to do with COVID.
Scalise speaking there on Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the NCAA will allow a limited number of fans at next month's Division I men's basketball tournament. Up to 25% of capacity will be allowed at the venues for all rounds of the tournament, including the Final Four being held at Lucas Oil Stadium. Masks and social distancing will also be required. The entire tournament will be held in and around the Indianapolis area, with teams staying in a bubble-like area around the Indiana Convention Center. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed. And back on a Tuesday morning. Not a bad night. Travelers weather. Most of the country looking pretty good. Unless you're in Michigan. Maybe some slick spots there. A little snow pushing through. Yeah, a good portion of Michigan as a whole. Things beginning to wind down from the west side of the state as this first little clipper system doesn't have a whole lot of moisture to work with. You may see a little bit of lake enhancement with the snow there, but for the most part, the rest of the country looking pretty good. With the exception, when you get out to Montana, where you've got the wind issues. Montana, Wyoming touched earlier on the wind advisories there. And the crosswinds strong enough to actually blow trucks over. They had several trucks blown over yesterday as we started the new week. So for some, they want to get their vaccine. And these young women in Florida thought they could pull one over, dressed up like old ladies, trying to qualify for the vaccination. Director of the Florida Department of Health in Orange County said the women arrived at the vaccination site dressed up like grannies, bonnets, glasses, gloves. They were turned away. The women appeared to actually be maybe in their 20s. He said the young women were coming for their second dose of vaccine and had valid vaccination cards from the first dose. He said, I don't know how they got through the vaccination process the first time. He did hint that there was an issue with the woman's photo identification the second time around. But officers released body cam video of the two women after they were discovered. Yeah, you know what you've done. You've stolen a vaccine from somebody who needs it more than you. And you're not going to get your second one. So that's a whole waste of time. We just wasted here on this. You could hear the officer telling the young ladies. Now, if you come back, you'll be arrested. You're lucky you're not being arrested right now. It has been referred to the sheriff's office for further investigation, according to the ABC affiliate out of Orlando. And security's been beefed up around vaccination sites. He said, this is the hottest commodity out there right now. Talking about the vaccine. We have to be very careful with the funds and the resources that we are provided. Okay, so I guess those two young ladies get a Dumbass of the Week nomination. What do you say? All right, again, lines available. It's 844-844-3388. And who we got on the line? Checking in from Rising Sun, I believe.
Yeah. Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, good. I hadn't called in there since you're on your new platform. I tell you, I couldn't have a better ones to sponsor you on this one. Chris is about the most down-to-earth person you could have, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I sat down with the American Truck Show the other year and just might answer about anything you could ask him.
Uh-huh.
And real informative. And but yeah, I'm sold on the everyday diesel. I tell you, I had the other week I had last service job. As I run that everyday diesel with every fill up. And one guy was doing a fuel separator up front there, on a glass bowl. If I don't run it, the fuel level will go up in it, indicating, the water. And you can see it in the bowl. Well, when I'm running it, you don't even see fuel in it at all. And he thought there was a real problem. And I explained to him, I said, no, this is what I run, and this is why. And anyway, yeah, if I don't run it, you can automatically, if I start getting, if I get to where I run out and I haven't ordered it in time or something, that level will start going up in the bowl, indicating the water and separating the water. But if I run it, the level don't ever move. It stays way down below the rim. You can't even see it. So, yeah, I'm sold on it. So, but yeah, this week here, weather's going across Oklahoma, coming back east from Cal, and last week, boy, going out from going out over Parkersburg and come up through your way Monday night from that snow there, and then fighting it out over Donner, and this week here is a breeze compared to last week's weather. At least I wasn't down here in Texas.
Right.
So anyway, that's pretty much all I got. Just checking in with you, and appreciate the show and appreciate you being on here. And the app's working real good. I actually downloaded it this evening, and I've been listening to it on YouTube or Facebook, to begin with, and then YouTube. But yeah, the app's much better. I mean, you don't have that phone lit up at night,
right.
like that. You can be able to.
You're not having any issues with the signal not dropping out. Everything seemed to be working properly tonight, because I know they were working on that the last few days, and they think they had it worked out to where you wouldn't have people that were listening, like on the website, said it kept jumping over to the bumper music every 5 minutes or something. Is that not happening?
No, it seemed like it's working fine. I mean, this is the first, like I said, I just downloaded it this evening. But I went straight to Google Play and put it just like you said, overnightdrive.com, and it pulled it straight up. I mean, it's the first one selected it. I think it cut out for a second back there, a little bit ago, but I think I was in between cells.
Okay.
And I mean, that's the only time, and it came right back up, no problem. I haven't had no issues with it.
Good. Glad to hear that.
The last 3 hours. Yeah. So. All righty. Well, that's all I got.
Thank you for checking in. You got it. Yeah, I'm glad to have you with us. And there you go. So we got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. A couple of quick updates. We'll get some of our industry headlines coming up here. Of course, we are down to our final week. The contest, go to overnightdriveradio.com. Get registered for our Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. Pat purchased one here a couple weeks ago, and I guess he's had it for about a week now, and he did email it this past day. Said he loves it. So working great. So that's going to be our top prize here coming up. The winner to be announced Friday morning. Simply go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests, type in your email address, and you're ready to go. And once you're registered, you'll have it'll pop up a page giving you an opportunity to get a number of additional entries to better your chance of being a winner by sharing via social media, Facebook, email, Twitter, and a bunch of other things. So get registered for that. Pluto Duo headset, $200 value. There will be a second place winner of the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. That's got your two 64-ounce bottles of Stiction Eliminator and the two 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. And for, of course, listeners to this program, we definitely appreciate it. I'd appreciate it if you'd support the guys and gals at Hot Shot Secret to have us here live during the overnight hours. And you can do that by making purchase their products from the retail stores, or you can save money by going to the website, hotshotsecret.com. Just use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. They can keep tabs on who's purchasing via listening to the show. And, of course, you're always eligible for an additional 10% savings if you're a first responder, a veteran, active duty military, or a CDL holder. So you can save 20% on your purchase with those two little tidbits there. HotShotSecret.com. And I think we had one other announcement. Chris Gabrelchik, of course, he just mentioned there. The down-to-earth guy. Kyle's pushing him. He's agreed that he'll come on the show with us like the first Friday of each month. So technically that puts, what are we talking about? Not this Friday, but the following Friday, first Friday in March. Chris will be joining us, as he did here a week or so ago. Take questions, talk about the products, what's going on at Hot Shot Secret. And, of course, he loves helping to diagnose drivers that have problems with their trucks and whatnot. Get all kinds of good information out of Chris. So we'll be looking forward to that. Jot that down. Make sure you're with us live. And he, of course, takes calls from the listeners out there. And, okay, reopening the Pensacola Bay Bridge. How long has that thing been shut down? It's almost here. They announced here a few days ago they plan to reopen the Bay Bridge in phases in the month of March. That's the bridge that was shut down back in September. That's when Hurricane Sally caused severe damage to the bridge. Since then, the Garcon Point Bridge has been the temporary detour route. Phase 1 will include opening 2 lanes of traffic, one in each direction, for the first 4,000 feet on the Pensacola side. From there, the remaining 2 miles of the bridge will open to 4 lanes of traffic, 2 in each direction. Now, they do say speed limits will be set at 35 miles per hour. Emergency refuge areas will also be available. Phase 2 would consist of opening the remaining 4,000 feet to 4 lanes of traffic. They do expect the final phase of the bridge opening by Memorial Day, so that would be good news. We understand it's been a tough time for Pensacola and Gulf Breeze residents. We've been laser focused on reconnecting these two communities as quickly as possible, according to the secretary, the DOT secretary. So you're advised to continue using the available alternate routes, including the Garcon Point Bridge. Toll suspension on the bridge has been extended through March the 12th. Initially, the toll suspension was only going to be good for a few days, they say. Several extensions have been implemented since the work continued on the Pensacola Bay Bridge. They lost a big chunk of that bridge with that hurricane. All right, we'll get back to your calls here. Who's next up on the list? I think Bob is on the line, checking in from, is that Cuyahoga County, I believe, the Cleveland area?
Yes, Steve, yeah, Bob here. I'm driving a truck up between Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Got my Bluetooth on. I miss you, I missed you for a couple months there, and I'm not a Facebook guy, but I downloaded Facebook and punched your name in, and I've been listening to you for a month. Thank God that Steve put you back on the air.
How about that? Yeah, really.
I'm a dinosaur. I'm a conservative Republican from Cleveland, Ohio, Cuyahoga County. And I'm surprised I haven't heard much grumbling for this locally or anywhere else. I just finished paying my property tax, which makes it a total of almost $3,900 a year. 60%, I'm told, of the property taxes goes to the public school system. Well, Cleveland's public schools, they've been shut down for almost a year. Where's my refund?
Right.
Just imagine the money they're saving on their fleet of school buses for diesel fuel, let alone lights and heat. And I mean, it's like extortion, And I haven't heard anyone talk about that much from these schools, these cities where the schools are shut down. But we're still paying 100% of our property taxes, and that money's going to the schools. And I don't have any kids; they're all grown up. And just wanted to get that off my chest somewhere, because no one in Cleveland will listen to me.
Right.
And I've been listening to you and your father for a long time. Been hauling mail since March of 2000. In Cleveland, I pick you up out of 700, the big one. Then when I get down there in Pittsburgh, I pick you up on WWVA 1170. And then when I hauled out of Des Moines, Iowa, I was surprised. These were syndicated out of a station, I believe, in around New Orleans, 1140 or something like that.
Yeah, we were. We had Shreveport. Back in the day, we had a Shreveport affiliate down there. I think it was at 1180, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, 1180, 1140. Yep. I used to pick you up leaving Des Moines when I left there at 11:35 in the morning. I've been listening for a long time, and I really miss hearing your voice and your weather and all the callers, and I want to thank you for hanging in there and doing what you're doing.
I appreciate you dialing us up there, Bob. Don't be a stranger now. Yep.
I won't. Last time I talked to you, you were talking to a motor coat guy, and I'm the guy who said, I gave a testimonial about being home for a week, and I got a bad headache, and it's not going away. And my wife put down a can of motor coat that I have in an oil can, told me spray it in my ear. I said, what are you talking about? She says, it works on everything else. You may remember that.
I do kind of remember that call. Yes, I do. Right?
Other guy got a good snicker out of it.
Yeah.
But Steve, thank you for being there, and I will stay in touch.
Thank you so much, Bob. There you go. So we shared the story here a few minutes ago about the two girls trying to get a vaccine, dress up like an old lady. They could sneak through. And I'm guessing for their first shot, that must be what they did. If they were successful on the first occasion, must have thought, we can get our second round, dress up the same way. At the same time, there are, according to the reports, thousands of service members that are refusing the vaccine. Refusing or putting off the vaccine as frustrated commanders scramble to knock down some of these internet rumors and find the right pitch that will persuade troops to take the shot. Some Army units are seeing as few as 1/3 agreeing to take the vaccine. Now, military leaders say they're searching for answers. They believe they identified one potential convincer and imminent deployment. Navy sailors on ships headed out to sea, for example, were choosing to take the shot at rates 80 to 90%. The Air Force Major, Vice Director of Operations for the Joint Staff, told Congress that very early data suggests that just up to 2/3 of service members offered the vaccine have actually accepted the vaccine. Now, that's higher than the rate for the general population, Recent study about the Kaiser Foundation found roughly 50%. But the number of force members declining is very concerning because troops oftentimes live, work, and fight close together, where social distancing and wearing masks are difficult or impossible. Now, why so many service members resisting the question? Well, I guess it's for the same reason that nearly half the general population is, at least for the moment, saying that they're going to hold off on the vaccine. Many people not confident that enough testing had been done. Many people concerned that what might the side effects be a year or 2 years down the road. So we'll see where that goes. Going back to the deployment thing, one ray of hope has been deployments. Lewis, based in Norfolk, Virginia, said last week sailors on the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower operating in the Atlantic agreed to get the vaccine at about an 80% rate. Sailors on the USS Iwo Jima and Marines in the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit, who also are deploying, they had rates of more than 90%. So we're seeing opportunities to reduce the 2-week quarantine period for units deploying to Europe if the service members are largely vaccinated and the host nation agrees to that. U.S. Army Europe may cut the quarantine time down to 5 days if 70% of the unit has been vaccinated. That's an incentive. They think that might actually work. All right, there we go. We'll get a quick time out here, and how about we do our quick phone reset here? Philip, you know how that works. Perfect Strangers on the line, and we'll come back with more. It's 844-844-3388. We're making our way into the early hours of a Tuesday. And, of course, it is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you much, and back at it here. Phone reset complete. So lines available at 844-844-3388. And for the gentleman that brought up the DNA kits, Heat Wave talking about getting his. The guy called about the triplets. So I hadn't heard that story. And somebody sent me a link. The Dom triplets, Nicole, Erica, and Jocelyn. Indistinguishable from one another. It says that the identical triplets are so similar that Erica has no trouble getting into Nicole's fingerprint safe lock. Even the whorls of their fingertips are the same. That shouldn't be surprising when you consider the way identical twins, or triplets, or quadruplets, or whatever, are formed. A single fertilized egg spontaneously splits in 2, or in this case, 3. Each of those embryos then develop into a full fetus. Because triplets like the Doms share identical genetic information, common knowledge dictates their DNA should match. Although environmental factors can switch certain genes on and off through a lifetime, the DNA itself shouldn't differ among the sisters at all. At least that's what the textbooks told us when we were in high school. So what was the deal with the at-home DNA kit that they sat discussing on an episode of The Doctors? Travis Stork, the host of The Doctors, said, "How would you feel if your ancestry was different?" Nicole said, "Well, I don't know how that could happen. We're one egg that split. We all came out of our mother, so maybe a little different DNA, but we we still have the same ancestry, right? Yeah, Nicole expects to find slight differences in DNA among her and her sisters. She could be referring to the environmental effect. But she might meant something deeper. Either way, they were willing to bet anything that they would share the exact same ancestral background. Well, the investigative reporter with Inside Edition arranged a little experiment. She gave each of them 2 home DNA tests, then analyzed the results. She shared the news with the triplets on the set of The Doctors, and what she discovered left them very confused and even shocked. The first test was no surprise. It verified the Doms are, in fact, identical triplets. But as they delved deeper into the second test, things got a little surprising. Nicole, you're 18% British and Irish. Erica, you're 15% British and Irish. Jacqueline, you're almost 19% British and Irish. Now, the differences kept on coming. The test found Nicole was 11% French and German, whereas her sister Erica had more than twice the French-German mix. Erica was 23% French and German. I'm very surprised because we came from the same egg and we have the same DNA. So I guess the question is, do they? Do they actually? So they reached out to 23andMe. That's the service that interpreted the genetic tests for the sisters. Now, the spokesperson said, it's kind of a misleading story. Our ancestry composition feature allows you to select varying confidence levels, anywhere from 50 to 90%. In this case, I believe they were changing their confidence levels and then trying to make comparisons. If you drop to the speculative selection, which has a confidence level of 50%, you're going to throw off the comparisons. Even when they did that, there wasn't that great of a difference. So any result at the 90% level signifies we're highly confident in the accuracy. The lower confidence levels allows you to take a bit more of a speculative look into the breakdown. So, all right. In other words, the ancestry reports actually kind of change depending on what you select as a confidence level. Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. That's very interesting. Now, back to your calls here, and Philip, able to get back through. Hello, Philip.
Hey, bud, how you doing?
Doing all right. Have you ever done an ancestry breakdown, the DNA test thing, or no?
No, I never did that stuff. I kind of know where I come from my mom and my dad. So
Okay, well, there you go, right?
Never really did want to go that way. I know I'm a Floridian. That's all I know.
All right.
Hey, Steve, have you noticed here lately, I mean, you've seen the crashes in Iowa and the crashes in Texas. And there's been several overpass crashes here lately up north where people are going off high overpasses and stuff. We had one yesterday here in the Orlando area. A Jeep actually went off of I-4 and went down onto a street down below. It was cut off by another car, and that car was involved in the accident up on I-4 and stayed there. But have you noticed how many accidents we've had with that? It seems like high speed has been going crazy here lately. Have you noticed that?
It seems like I've shared my fair share of the abundance of such crashes, yes. What do you think it is?
It just seems like to me.
Is it younger drivers?
I just
or
think
is
it's people being...
winter driving conditions?
I just think it's people being stupid driving too fast, because we just had, the one yesterday in I-4, it was perfectly dry. I mean, we've had some rain off and on down here. It hasn't been that bad for us down here, but I mean, up north, I can understand it with the ice, but it just surprised me. There's a lot of accidents here lately. I mean, the one in Iowa, they totally said that was all high speed. The one in Texas, that was on a bridge, and even a nurse said that they were driving 60, 70 miles an hour when they hit that ice.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just people driving too fast for conditions, you know. Just seems like people are going a lot more faster than they used to back years ago. I mean, I don't know if it's me or not. And Steve, did you hear about the CPAC convention they're going to have down here in Florida?
Yes, we talked about that a little bit in our first hour. What do you think? I said, here comes Trump. Trump's going to speak Sunday. And I mean, the early indications are he's going to kind of step out as the presumptive nominee for the Republican nomination in 24. You think that's going to happen?
I don't know, but if you look at the article on it from the Orlando Sentinel, DeSantis is going to start the CPAC out. He's going to be the first speaker.
Yeah.
And then former President Trump is going to be he's going to be the finisher guy. But there's two guys that are going to be not going to be there, and they made reference to it as Vice President Pence is not going to be there, former Vice President Pence.
Correct.
And also Marco Rubio is not going to be there.
Really? I didn't see that.
Marco Rubio is not going to be there, and they don't know why, but they kind of speculate it's because I guess he had a little bit of falling out with Ivanka Trump. And those are the two guys. But Rick Scott's going to be there. He's going to be speaking in it. So they on the local channels down here, the television channels, they made light that I guess former President Trump won't be getting all the special treatment as far as he used to get when he was president. Like, you know, the motorcade would come down the East-West Expressway. They would shut the expressway down and stuff. They're not going to do that this time. There's a lot of other things that are going on that he would get when he was president that he's not going to have when he comes down here now. So they were bringing that all up on the local TV channels. But if you get a chance, check out that Orlando Sentinel article. It's pretty interesting on who all's going to speak and when they speak. I guess former President Trump's going to be speaking on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll see how it goes. I mean, hopefully there ain't nothing going on with that stuff. Nobody tries no craziness. So, but I just thought I'd bring that out. And did you see the footage on the Mars landing with that rover?
I have not yet seen the footage. I did share the story that I guess we got actual video and a bunch of photographs, thousands of photos they released yesterday. So is it pretty cool?
It's very cool. The only thing that I'm kind of questionable about it is they show some pictures of the parachute opening.
Yeah.
And if you look back up at the sky, and the sky is blue. Now, I don't know if Mars has a blue sky or not.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing that I'm kind of questionable about. Everything else in it, I mean, looks like a normal, you know, like it would, you know, this landing, you know, but when they show the pictures of the parachute opening up, you see the sky behind it, the atmosphere, and it looks blue. Now, maybe it's just with the light going through it the way it's going through it, but I didn't know Mars had a blue sky. I thought it was all supposed to be like an orangey color.
Yeah, it's the red planet. That's...
You know, and they show it coming down when it drops its heat shield, and you see orange underneath it. But that was that kind of made me questionable. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's the way the atmosphere is or whatever, but it just looked blue to me. And I always thought that if it was blue, that there was oxygen in the air. Maybe that is the oxygen that's in the air in Mars. I don't know how much oxygen's in the air, but I know it's like 80 below zero there, supposedly. But look at that video if you get a chance. It's pretty interesting.
I pulled it up on AccuWeather. Okay, I was watching for the first time. I pulled it up. AccuWeather has a link to the video, and I mean, the sky almost looks like a gray to me. It doesn't look very blue. Now, I don't know if it could be the different settings on the phone or the computer that we're looking at or whatever.
Yeah, I know. When I looked at it, I saw it on TV when they showed it on the news channel, and it looked like a kind of a blue color. But maybe it was it coming through the atmosphere. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, it's breaking up the molecules and stuff. It's hard to tell. But just that's the only thing that kind of seemed kind of different to me. But other than that, I mean, it looked pretty clean. I mean, they're going to be offering a panoramic view with it of where it's sitting at on Mars. They're going to do a panoramic views and stuff. They're going to be sending back a lot more. And they also have the sound. They have a microphone on it, and they listened to the sound, and it was just basically like wind blowing is what the sound sounded like.
Okay.
So that's pretty much all I got today, but up for
Gotcha. All right. So no, like no alien transmissions or anything like that from the Mars rover. All right. That's pretty fascinating. It's about a 3.5-minute video, I guess, that they released this past day. Landing in the crater, that is pretty wild. Over 23,000 images of the vehicle descending down to the surface of Mars. So, yeah, it says here, as Philip just mentioned, NASA released, okay, they had some still frame photos that they released on Friday. And I guess, obviously, there's going to be lots more forthcoming with this 2-year mission. And now, this is also the first time they've actually got they're calling it a helicopter. The helicopter is online, apparently, and ready to go. Earth, the only planet in the solar system with aircraft capable of sustained flight, suppose the groundbreaking Ingenuity helicopter, that's what they're calling it, which is currently stowed aboard the Perseverance rover, accomplishes its planned mission. In that case, Mars would become the second planet to have a powered aircraft fly through its atmosphere. Ingenuity has sent its first status report back since landing on Mars. The signal arrived via the iconic Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, reports on the state of the batteries, as well as the operation of the base station, which, among other things, operates the critically important heaters that keep the electronics within an acceptable temperature range. It's all good news for now with the batteries and the base station, they tell us, operating as expected. Fascinating stuff. All right, about 12 before the hour, and it is 844-844-3388. And the perfect stranger, good morning.
Yeah, long time no talk.
Yeah, how we been?
Yeah, we got off the road about 5 years ago. And we're doing a local job up here, just driving a box truck. Last year I was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and we had our prostate removed, and every blood test comes back, no trace, no trace, no trace.
That's good news.
So I think I beat it. Yeah, it's great news. All right, I tried to go to that overnightradio.com, and I can't seem to find it at all.
Overnightdriveradio.com. Are you forgetting the drive?
That's where I screwed up.
Overnightdriveradio.com.
Yeah, I forgot the drive.
Yep, that'll make a difference.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to try to enter the contest. Now, am I technically a first-time caller?
I don't know. Are you?
For this show, I am.
Yeah.
So what's Hot Shot doing for that? I've heard you talk about it on occasion.
What would you? Yeah, would you like a coupon code to purchase some Hot Shot Secret products?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay. Well, we can handle that. We can do that. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm jotting down
So how have you been?
I'm doing just fine. Doing fine. Good to be back behind the microphone. Hard to believe we're already into our 6th week of the new show.
That's fantastic. I'm glad that Chris took you on.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, well, that unemployment stuff sucks.
That's what you took the words out of my mouth. I wouldn't like the idea of being on the unemployment line. So,
no. Since this pandemic broke, I haven't worn a mask. I've got emphysema, COPD. I went through the VA and they asked me if I wanted a COVID shot. I said, no, I'll just take my regular flu shot.
Yeah.
And I'm up here in New Hampshire. And I've been fine. And nobody's, told me I had to wear a mask or anything like that. And I still got my Veterans for Trump out in the front dooryard. I go to the grocery store with my Trump hat on.
Do you still wear it?
I've had women come up and give me a hug because I've got the cojones to wear it.
Wow. I've got a half dozen of the Trump 2020 hats, and they're all kind of like sitting on the dresser now. I since the whole election debacle thing, I don't know. I just haven't worn one since.
Oh, well, maybe it's because I carry 24/7.
There you go. I mean, seeing as the election's over and all, and Trump did not, technically did not win the election. I mean, it shouldn't agitate people, like it might have done prior to the election. Because, I had a few occasions where I was getting gas one morning, and some dude came over wanting to confront me about having the hat on. I just gave him a thumbs up, and it was actually a MAGA hat, the Make America Great Again hat. Yeah, what the F you got on your head?
Yep.
And I'm like, hey, Trump 2020, gave him a thumbs up. That's all I said, and I just went on my own way. So.
Oh, yeah. But no, I've had a lot of people, say, great hat. I've got Trump shirts that I wear. They love the shirt.
Yep.
And it's fun. I just like watching their heads explode.
Well, yep, they get, it's like a trigger. It triggers them.
Oh, I love it. I think that's why I'm still here. I was put on this earth to wind people up. But I've heard Doc Holliday. I caught him on one of the podcasts because my phone was down for a couple of days, so I couldn't listen to you. And then I heard you talking about it, so I went back while I was at work and listened to the podcast and heard good old Doc Holliday.
And that's the first time we've heard from Doc since, that guy doesn't call maybe once a year. He ain't even been calling it at Thanksgiving time. When for years he would be like Thomasina turkey at Thanksgiving time. Remember that?
Yep. Have you heard from Dusty Chrome?
No, sir. No Dusty Chrome.
Because I know he was with Celadon, and then they went under, so he kind of dropped off the face of the earth.
Yeah. He's the kind of guy that he may be called once in a blue moon. It was typically like at the Mid-America Truck Show. We'd see each other every year. He'd be out there taking all of his photos and everything, but it's about the only time I got to see him.
Yep, and then he was always in the drag race in Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
Posing as Strawberry Cowboy.
Right.
But those were some good old days. But from what I've seen out here on the road, I'm glad I am driving a box truck. Because the ones that are driving now, they're scary.
Yeah. Well, by the time we get together for a truck show, which of course Louisville is not till March of 2022. It'll have essentially been 3 years since we've all had a chance to see each other.
Yeah. Last time I saw you was Mid-America.
2019, because they canceled 2020, and now they've canceled 21. It'll have been 3. We're all going to be looking a little older when we see each other again.
Oh, my beard's a little longer. My beard's a little grayer, but my hair hasn't really grayed out. I've gotten lucky there. I think I have my father's hair, but he went pure silver. Hell, when he was probably 55, 57. I'm 63 now. I'm going to be 64 this year. And I still got my red hair.
Well, perfect stranger, it's good to hear from you. So I took down your phone number off the screen here. I'll email that to Kyle, and he will text you. Watch your text messages tomorrow. He'll text you a code that'll be good for $60 worth of whatever you want. Shipping is included. Yeah, go on the website there at hotshotsecret.com, and if you want stuff for the big truck or you want stuff for your pickup truck, gas engine, whatever, you pick whatever you want, $60 retail value.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much.
And if you want to purchase more, Chris, you just, if you purchase as much as you want, but the first $60 is covered 100%, shipping included. All right?
All right. Thank you.
You'll take that, huh? I didn't think you'd complain about that.
Oh, no. And I'm not worried about oil in my house. I've got a pellet stove, and I go through maybe 2/3 of a bag a day, and it's 70 degrees in my house.
Uh-huh.
I paid cash for my house 5 years ago. The only thing I owe is electric and taxes. So I think I got smart being on the road as many years as I was, living out of the truck, and then I just turned around and bought a house in cash.
There you go. Well, it's good you could afford to do that.
2.8 miles north of the Massachusetts line, and I kind of flip them the bird as I walk out the door saying, glad I don't live there.
That's classic. All right. Well, like I said, watch your text messages there tomorrow. Perfect stranger. Great to hear from you. All right. We got wide open lines, 1 hour to go. And so jump on board here at 844-844-3388. We've got other industry headlines we'll cover in our final hour here. Yeah, oddly enough, we were shared earlier where we talked about the whole Facebook scenario with Australia and how Canada this past day kind of announced that they're going to jump on board with Australia and trying to get, Germany and France and others to kind of join in. And I'm guessing this past day that word must have got to the likes of the powers that be, as they say, at Facebook, because here we are on a Tuesday morning, and the report from Reuters out of Australia. Facebook announcing Tuesday, because they're a number of hours ahead of us, it's like Tuesday evening, or the sun is set there now, that Facebook is going to restore Australia news. They've had they're now seeing eye to eye. Give you the full scoop coming up here again in our final hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The United States passed the grim milestone Monday of 500,000 deaths from COVID-19. That's nearly 20% of the known global COVID deaths. President Biden has ordered flags at the White House flown at half-staff to honor the victims of the nearly year-long pandemic. He held a vigil at the White House Monday evening, paying tribute to those lost.
The people we lost were extraordinary. They spanned generations. Born in America, immigrated to America. But just like that, so many of them took their final breath alone in America. As a nation, we can't accept such a cruel fate. While we've been fighting this pandemic for so long, we have to resist becoming numb to the sorrow. We must do so to honor the dead, but equally important, care for the living, those left behind.
This is USA Radio News.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand and you care about your credit, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 6 million people with credit card debt. Without destroying your credit, they can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. The program works. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-406-0046. 800-406-0046. That's 800-406-0046. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number TC 83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action, not a loan company.
The Supreme Court has ruled in the case of former President Trump's tax records. Lance Pry has the story from the USA Radio News West Coast Bureau.
The Supreme Court cleared the way for a New York prosecutor to obtain President Trump's tax records. The High Court demanded tax records remain shielded from public disclosure. The subpoenas span documents from January 2011 to August 2019, including his tax records from accounting firm Mazars. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And the family of an 11-year-old Texas boy who died during last week's winter storms has sued a power company and the state's electric grid operator. The suit against Entergy and the Electric Reliability Council of Texas accuses the companies of gross negligence, alleging they could have prevented the conditions that led to the boy's death by properly preparing their equipment against winter weather. The boy was found unresponsive in an unheated mobile home. The family believes he succumbed to hypothermia. This is USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about My Pillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a My Pillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 My Pillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
The House Budget Committee advanced a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill Monday, clearing the first major hurdle for the measure. Tim Berg has more on the opposition to that bill from the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau.
The $1.9 trillion coronavirus rescue package proposed by House Democrats would increase the cost of living for many and kill jobs. That's according to the leading Republican on the House Budget Committee, Jason Smith. Meanwhile, Democrat from Pennsylvania, Matt Cartwright of the House Appropriations Committee, says we need to come together as a country and as a Congress to vote for this bill.
Let's come together as Republicans and Democrats and get it done. I totally agree with President Biden. I'd really like to see Republican buy-in on this.
Louisiana Republican Congressman Steve Scalise is no fan of the stimulus bill.
The $15 minimum wage, what does that have to do with COVID relief? Those small businesses are going to have an even harder time coming back when you go to a $15 minimum wage. These things have nothing to do with COVID.
Scalise speaking there on Fox News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And the NCAA will allow a limited number of fans at next month's Division I men's basketball tournament. Up to 25% of capacity will be allowed at the venues for all rounds of the tournament, including the Final Four being held at Lucas Oil Stadium. Masks and social distancing will also be required. The entire tournament will be held in and around the Indianapolis area, with teams staying in a bubble-like area around the Indiana Convention Center. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, scouring through some of the messages here. Let me see. Earlier, when we were talking about the whole Coca-Cola thing, Ty posted that he said, I just purchased every Coke product in the break room. Cost me $38.75, and I threw it all in the dumpster. I don't know if that's actually going to hurt him, Ty. You just bought $38 worth of their product, and they'll just replace it there in the break room. Unless everybody there agrees you don't want any Coke products in the break room. Yeah, several others say, no, don't buy their product. You got to hit their bottom line. All right, what else we have here? Charles said your app needs a shut-off button for a quick shutdown. I don't know how all that digital stuff works, but I'm sure that if that's something they can put in fairly simply, they could probably add that in there, right? We'll pass that on to the powers that be. And I had, let me flip to the other screen here. Steve, I see our Supreme Court let us down twice Monday on not hearing the election cases in Pennsylvania. And secondly, how the New York prosecutors can now have Trump's tax returns. So the Mueller scam witch hunt continues. After all these investigations found nothing from the lawnmower man. That's correct. And much earlier, someone was asking about the TA that was going on, I guess the Petro, actually, that they're looking to build on Mount Eagle Mountain. I did get a reply from Foxtrot. He said, there's a plot of land that's cleared, but haven't seen any construction yet. Of course, yeah, so many things. They initially announced that back in May of 2020. And I would suspect with all that's been going on, with the COVID and the shutdowns and all that, it may be running behind. So first quarter of 2021 would be between now and the end of March. I don't know that they're going to get that built in quite that short amount of time, but all right, we get back to your calls as we get our final hour underway here on a Tuesday morning. And I believe this may be our very first check-in with the new platform from Bourbon Street, Gary.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing all right. What's happening, Gary? How you been?
my second time. I called you once from the house.
Did you? Okay, all right. Sorry about that. All right, call number 2
Right at
then.
the very beginning. No, that's all right.
I know we don't get to hear from you a whole lot. I'm guessing you're working more of the daytime hours and whatnot. So what do you do? Like catch the podcast later in the day? Or?
Normally, this week I'm running early. I get to catch you from, it'd be 3 o'clock your time till the end of the show.
Last 2 hours, okay.
Yep. Yep. Becky, she went back to work part-time.
Now, is she driving or something else? New line of work?
Now she's driving truck for the same company I work for.
Really?
Yeah, in fact, she got in an hour ago from North Kansas City, and I got in the truck, and I'm headed out to Moorhead, Kentucky.
Like 2 ships that pass in the night.
Well, we saw each other at the yard.
That's pretty wild.
It's just part-time, though. They're hiring people, and the company, the location in Mount Vernon, Illinois is growing, and until they get everybody filled, they needed extra help.
Okay. Yeah, so was she getting kind of bored sitting around the house? I guess part-time's not too bad, right?
Yeah, she was pretty bored at the house.
Okay.
It got through the nasty winter, and now it's starting to get nicer, so.
So what about Carnival's announcement that they're going to start, at least out of Mobile, they're going to start sailing here, at the 1st of May, I think it was. Are you guys going to jump on a ship anytime soon? I know you've been jonesing to do it.
We've got one booked for, it'd be out of New Orleans over New Year's Eve of this coming New Year's Eve.
That's a long ways off. You're going to be able to make it that long?
Well, I'll believe that they're selling out of Mobile when they actually sell, and with some of the restrictions, they're talking making reservations to gamble and dinner and all that. I don't know if I'd want to go.
Okay.
You know how that goes. You gamble, you go to the casino when you feel like it, not when you have to have a reservation.
Well, yeah, and I don't know if you've been through the fine print. Are they allowing you to like have an hour or 2 hours? Or obviously I guess in order to shift people around, they're only going to give you a limited amount of time or something.
I haven't seen anything about that. I was wondering the same thing myself. If you make a reservation for when the casino opens, you stay there all day.
Okay.
I don't know.
Right? No, obviously the idea is going to be they're going to rotate people there. You're going to have like a max, it'll be 50% capacity or 30% capacity. Don't know what it's going to be, but at some point they're going to say, all right, your time's up, your time's up, your time's up, because these people are scheduled to come in now. What if you're on a roll at the table and they tell you, hey, your time's up? What the hell?
I don't see that working out real well. You're going to have some pretty angry people.
Right.
I know I would be. But the show sounded great. Like you said, I listen to the podcast every day on my way out to Kentucky, and that usually gets me there. And I see you got news now at the top of the hour. That's nice.
Yeah, we just it's just kind of like a sample night. We downloaded one at the 5-minute newscast that would have been good like at the midnight hour. So you got it loaded into the system. Here in the coming days, we're going to have like each hour, you'll have a fresh new newscast at 5 at the top of the hour and a 3-minute newscast at the bottom of the hour. That, unlike tonight, I've only played it 3 times because again we've only got the 1 5-minute newscast. But yeah, that's going to be the source. So it's all coming together piece by piece.
Yes, it is. And like I say, it sounds good. And you got the callers. I've heard a lot of callers that I never heard when you were on the other show.
Yeah. We got some new callers, some new names, some new regulars. The Big Moose has become a favorite caller all of a sudden. That guy, he's been listening for all these years, but I don't recall ever speaking to him by a previous locale.
Yeah, I don't recall ever hearing him back, at the other place.
Yeah.
But anyway, I just wanted to call and say hi and let you know I'm out here listening. Maybe not live all the time, but show sounded great. And I know you're happy to be back at it.
Yep. Well, I'm glad you get to check in from time to time, so you get to hear a little bit of the show live. Thank you for checking in, old Bourbon Street Gary. All right, let me get to the rest of the story because I touched on this, kind of teased you with it there at the top of the hour. Facebook announcing they will restore Australian news pages after negotiating changes with the government to the proposed law that forces tech giants to pay for media content. Australia and the social media group have been locked in a standoff for more than a week now, as we all touched on. And then the government introduced legislation that challenged Facebook and Alphabet's Google and their dominance in the news content market. Facebook then proceeded to block Australian users from sharing or viewing news content on their social media platform, obviously drawing criticism from publishers and the government. There have been a series of talks now between Friedenberg and the Facebook's CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, and a deal has been struck. Now, this has been closely watched by the rest of the world because other countries, including Canada, Britain, Germany, France, were all looking to join in on similar legislation. So Facebook, the quote here is, Facebook has refriended Australia. The Australian news will be restored to the platform. Friedenberg said Australia has been a proxy battle for the world as other jurisdictions engage with tech companies over a range of issues around news and content. While the big tech and the media outlets battle over the right to news content in other jurisdictions, Australia's proposed laws are the most expansive and will serve as maybe the template for other nations. Facebook and Google have not hidden the fact they know the eyes of the world have been on Australia. And that's why they've sought, I think, to get a code here that's workable, get a deal. We will offer 4 amendments, which include a change to the mandatory arbitration mechanism used when the tech giants cannot reach a deal with publishers over fair payment for using their content. Going forward, the government has clarified we will retain the ability to decide if news appears on Facebook so that we won't automatically be subject to any sort of a forced negotiation. That's the word from Facebook Vice President of Global Partnerships. She said the company will continue to invest in news globally, but also resist efforts by media conglomerates to advance any sort of regulatory frameworks that do not take account of the true value exchange between publishers and platforms like Facebook. So they've come up with a compromise. Yeah, they try to go through and break that all down, but I won't bore you with that. I will get back to the calls, though, and Mad Max, what's happening this morning?
Hey, good morning. Just heading home on the short end of the stick. I got about an hour left, and a couple of things I wanted to touch on you was I sent you a little video clip to your Facebook page in the messages about you were talking about the guys skiing down there on I-10.
Yeah.
Well, somebody up here caught a Amish buggy hauling a skier. And it was a short little video. I don't know if you got it or not. Like I said, I'd send to your Steve Summer page, to your message section. And another thing, too, is we've been talking about whether or not the match show is going on. And nobody's really mentioned that there is going to be an ATHS show down in Virginia sometime in June. The Antique Truck Historical Society.
Are they going to do the live event, huh?
Yes, sir. I don't have the name of the town and the exact date, but I know it is in June and it is in Virginia.
Okay.
And, the guys have never been to one of those. Those are really nice setup shows. I went to the one in Lexington a couple of years ago, and really enjoyed myself with, all the old iron, and, BJ and the Bear was there, got to meet him, and, just a really neat thing to get into. And then I guess the last thing I want to touch on is you were talking about the COVID numbers, really starting to look good. But yet, if you listen to Fauci or the White House, you would think we're still stuck dead in the middle of this COVID outbreak.
Yeah, Fauci says we're going to have to wear a mask through 2022, right?
Yeah, he was kind of hitting about it. I don't think he really wanted to flat out say it, but he did in a roundabout way.
Uh-huh.
And, other than that, I mean, had a good night tonight, no weather to contend with, and I just wanted to check in, say hi, and I guess I can leave you at that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, what a difference a week can make, because last week at this time we were all dealing with all kinds of crap related to Mother Nature, right? All right, it is 22 past the hour. I think he talked about the antique or the old truck shows. What do we have here? I pulled up the ATHS website, the Antique Truck Historical Society, and it looks like they've actually got a number of events scheduled. Let's see. The Three Trails Crossing chapter open house at the home office, March the 13th. Yeah, all are welcome, and bring your truck. On into April 9th and 10th, the Canton Tractor Truck Show and Swap Meet, co-hosted with the ATHS East Texas Wild Chatters chapter. And let's see, and they've got contact info and whatnot. Yeah, they've got an event, ATHS Palmetto Upstate chapter in Blue Ridge High School. I guess that's the Future Farmers of America, April the 24th. Trying to find the one he was talking about, May, June. Only thing I'm seeing in June is the Southeast Iowa chapter, the Antique and Working Truck Show, June the 12th. Registration 9 a.m. and where's that? That's the junction of Highway 34 and 149, Ottumwa, Iowa. So yeah, there will be some events, it looks like, taking place live in 2021. It's just not the ones we're all so accustomed to. No Mid-America Truck Show, no Great American Truck Show, nothing Louisville or Dallas. Again, this year, 2 years in a row for both of those venues to not be holding a live event. All right, back to the calls here. What's happening this morning, Army? What do you say?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, kind of reminds you of the good old, it makes you pine for the good old days of the breakfast in the parking lot and Hershey Bar and Almond Joy and
Yeah.
Yoda and all those guys, and, some of the antics, we used to be up to back in those days. Oh, my goodness. Anyway, I haven't listened in a few days, man. I got on a weird schedule and got caught up in some of that winter stuff too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found out I'm not as tough or as resilient as I used to be. I can't throw iron as well as I used to be able to. Sucks. I'm right on the verge of telling my travel agent no longer to ever book me another load for Coke. That I'd rather sit than haul their stuff. Because, I'm too white or something.
Mm-hmm.
Where do they get off with that? Ugh. And then the COVID vaccines. I've been taking handfuls of vitamins, like ever since this pandemic got started.
Yeah.
Because I don't, I've got COPD. I don't want to wear a mask.
Yep.
And, I'm already good at social distancing. Stay away from me. But it's just, I don't know, this whole silliness, man. Anyway, glad to hear the news has made a resurgence on your show, and I see you've got some new sponsors. Are we going to start being able to get some sort of a discount through mypillow.com?
That would be a part of the news deal, whatever that's running in the news update thing. So,
oh, the My Pillow spot goes with that. You didn't negotiate something with them?
Correct. Yeah.
Damn. All right. Well, sooner or later. No, I was hoping, man, because I need to get some new pillows for the truck in the house.
Well, that's true.
And I'd like to get some of his mattress toppers. Huh?
Who knows? Maybe one of these days we'll get him on the show here. Because I mean, conservative options are very limited out there in this day and age. We all know, and the cancel culture's canceling their advertising everywhere else. So.
Yeah, so advertise. Yeah, get them to advertise with you, man, because most of us who are listening to you are independent and slightly conservative, and maybe even some more than just slightly.
Very conservative in many cases.
Anyway, I'm up in Wyoming, and I'm very conservative. Yeah, hey, I'm trying to be diplomatic here. I've never been that good at diplomacy. Okay, maybe I'm lying. All right. Anyway, man, I'm going to let you go. Take it easy. Have a good one.
You got it. Have a good morning. Let me see here real quick. Let me jump down and get to Double R's on the line here before we hit our bottom of the hour timeout. What do you say, Double R?
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Morning.
How you been?
Hanging with him. Plugging away.
I've been like everybody else since this snow. I've been on a hell of a schedule. Been running it during the day and shutting down at night. Played hell coming through Texas. That was a joke. But I'm over here in Washington, D.C. right now, Rutherford Glenn's. Headed down to North Carolina. I wanted to call you. What was it, 4 days ago or some crap like that? But I listened to that lady you had on there, Sarah.
Yes.
And that is outstanding. I went to a website and I put give her $100, and I want to challenge all the other drivers to donate some money for our veterans, because most of the drivers out here either are veterans, and I think that's a great thing.
Did you have any trouble getting your donation to go through? Because the day after I had her on, I had one guy that tried 2 different cards, and it kept getting rejected. And did you have any problems on your end?
Mine did too.
Did it?
Yeah. No, mine did the same thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But I finally Nita messed with it there, and she finally got it to go through. And,
okay.
But yeah, I think that's a great organization. And I just woke up, and what do you hear right off the bat? Bourbon Street Gary.
How about that?
So he sounded good. I'm glad he's doing well on his new job and everything. But I've been listening, Steve. I haven't been ignoring you, and I'm sorry I haven't been calling in. It's just because of my schedule. So maybe we can get back to normal. The snow's been hell. I know that. My Lord. But anyhow, I just wanted to say hi to you, Steve, and let you know I'm out here with you, brother, and riding and gliding.
All right, thank you so much for checking in there, Double R. Be safe, and you mentioned Texas. There's as of this past day, there's still a number of truck stops. Most have got their power back, but a bunch of them don't have water yet. You can't much run a restaurant when you're under a boil water advisory, so. Yeah, there's a number. There's too many of them to go through. But all the big 3 that we've been talking about for several days will return after this. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Where we leave off there. All righty, it's 844-844-3388. And we get back to the calls here quickly. Jay's been hanging in there. Hello, is it Jay or JR?
JR there, Steve. JR.
Morning, JR.
Yeah, first time I called you since your show started, so I've just been listening. I'm glad you got that app. I got that app a while ago.
Okay, all right. Is that working good for you?
Oh, yeah, it even sounds a lot better.
Really?
Yeah, it seems louder. I guess because it's on my, I don't know, it's just louder. I can hear you better.
They've been
running my phone down.
Yeah, they've been working on the settings and the audio levels. I mean, we had some issues with some callers being too low and some commercials being too high. And, they say, well, I had to turn the radio up for this. And then when Steve comes back, I can't hardly hear him. And so they've been trying to get everything settled out.
Yeah, it's sounding good on my end. I'm glad you got that now. That way my phone won't run dead on me no more.
Good deal.
When I get out of the truck, I can hear you. Get out of the truck, you got to shut it off. So. But, yeah, just out here at home, going here to Illinois, Kroger over here. I called him before, so I ain't heard Gator for a while. I don't know if he's, must be working daytime, I think.
Okay. He's called in once or twice. He called the first week, and I think he called one more time since then. But, yeah, we don't get to hear from Gator much. He's always a good caller, too.
I don't. Yeah, he's a good guy there. I used to work with him. But yeah, like I said, I'm glad you got that app, got it on there. I just wanted to call, let you know, and I'm out here listening, so I just don't call very much.
Well, as long as you're listening, that's the kicker right there. Got to have listeners. The more, the better.
I don't guess it don't matter which one you listen to, does it? Do you get more off the YouTube or Facebook or the app? Or does it matter?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know that it matters.
Yeah, I didn't know if it mattered. Give you more. YouTube, whatever, Facebook gives you more or something. I didn't know how that worked.
But I do know that gradually they're going to try to be, they're going to try to push for those where we started off, we're just listening like to the Hot Shot Secret Facebook or YouTube, that they want you to kind of move over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, Facebook or YouTube, or I guess now obviously the app's going to be a very easy one for many people that don't want to see the video. And of course, you can only catch the live stream on the app. The app's you're not going to be able to go back and listen to the podcasts via the app at this point in time. So,
yeah, I watched there one day. Biden was on there. He was talking on there. He had two masks on. I don't know if you ever noticed that. He had a white one and had his regular black one over his white one.
Yep.
You ever seen that yet?
That's because Dr. Fauci's trying to say double them up. It's insane.
Yeah, unbelievable. And everything's going down. Hell, Indiana, we had a lot of red counties in Indiana. Now they're all gone. Now we're in the yellow. So it's amazing how all of a sudden it's going down all of a sudden.
It's suddenly, for whatever reason, it's a whole, it's not, and it's all over the world. For most of the world, I should say. There's a few countries that are seeing another bit of a surge. But you got to remember, we shut everything down for a while, and then, when you start opening up, obviously you're going to have a surge. Some of these countries have been shut down, and now they're going to see that surge when they try to start reopening things. So it's the way viruses work. They got to run their course.
Yeah, and we ain't got that many got shots in Indiana. I think there's 500,000 of them got their shots already here in Indiana. Mm-hmm. That's not very many.
No.
So, I don't know. I just want to call, say hi. I was out here listening. Like I said, I got the app. App wasn't nothing. It was easy to get.
Good deal. I'm glad you
all got that.
And for all the other what's it the iPhone people, that give it a few more days. Kyle told me that from what he's heard, and everyone that puts out an app, supposedly they're approved a bit quicker for Android versus the iPhone. I don't know what the reasoning would be, but all right, real quick here. Speaking of shutdowns and going the wrong direction, and how about your governor there in Pennsylvania? Got this? Someone shared this with me last hour. Post from this past day from Pennsylvania State Representative Daryl Metcalf. Apparently, Pennsylvania's governor has overstepped his bounds. He says, again, Representative Daryl Metcalf, today I joined with 29 of my House colleagues introducing House Resolution 56 for the 2021-22 legislative session, which calls for the impeachment of Governor Tom Wolf. Here's the full statement. Friday, the governor issued the fourth renewal of his 90-day COVID-19 disaster emergency declaration. Now, even though these proclamations are by definition temporary, the governor is once again abusing his emergency powers to wreak havoc on millions of Commonwealth citizens who've already been crushed by his unconstitutional business lockdown and stay-at-home orders. During a Fox News interview February 13th, while calling for a federal investigation into New York's Governor Andrew Cuomo's mishandling of COVID-19, Congressman Tom Reed indicated that there's evidence that Tom Wolf essentially cookie-cuttered and imposed Cuomo's lethal nursing home orders across Pennsylvania. Now, regardless of the level of collaboration between Wolf and Cuomo, the majority of all COVID-19 fatalities in this Commonwealth are directly connected to Wolf and his former health secretary's unconscionable order to admit infected patients into Pennsylvania nursing homes and long-term care facilities. While I applaud the 8 Pennsylvania congressmen who recently sent a letter calling for a similar statewide investigation, waiting on Attorney General Josh Shapiro to actually do his job and investigate the governor's catastrophic nursing home policies is a colossal waste of time. This all-encompassing impeachment resolution is the most practical option available to hold Tom Wolf fully accountable for his tyrannical abuse of powers that have inflicted more harm than the virus. It has decimated our economy and continues to violate so many of our fundamental rights. No individual or regime is above the law. The time for Wolf's impeachment and removal from office is long overdue. Then they have a link there to what is the 5 articles of impeachment from Representative Metcalf's website. So there you go. I won't go through all the articles of impeachment because how many pages long is this? Half dozen pages, about 6 pages, but yeah, 5 articles of impeachment for the Pennsylvania governor. All right, get back to your calls here at 844-3388. Hey, good morning, Fly Rod. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I wish I could have called in earlier. Calling at this time is kind of like the coach throwing in the third-string quarterback, telling him, son, try not to screw up too much. Don't throw no pick sixes and don't drop the ball. Just take it across the finish line.
Yep.
Hey, I'm glad you got the app up and going. And I read on your page this morning, first thing, that you had the app up and going. So I got all excited and went to the Apple store to download it, only to find out that it wasn't there yet. But then I just heard you a few moments ago saying that it'll be on in a few more days.
Correct. Yeah, it's only on the Android side right now. The iPhone will be coming, correct.
Right. Well, I missed the previous 4 hours, or 3.5 hours. So did the Gouger call in yet today, this morning?
I'm yet to hear from Gouger, and it's been over a month now.
Well, he called me last week, and we talked for a good hour. And I told him, I said, Jimmy, your fan base is going nuts. Want to know where the hell you are at? And he said, I know. He's been going to bed around 9 o'clock at night, and that's why he's not called. He just hasn't listened. But he told me he was going to be coming back out this week
That's what
and
I
then
thought.
yesterday he called me again. Yeah, yesterday he called me again and said he was going to. Well, we didn't get to talk. Excuse me, but I thought he'd be calling in maybe tonight or this morning.
So
wasn't it great to hear from a mechanic yesterday?
Yeah. After all the, what do you say, 10 years plus? Going way back in time, back in the days when we used to go up and do our live broadcast from Carol Watson's Chrome Shop there in Wheeling, West Virginia, the America's Truck Washing Chrome Shop.
Yeah.
He lived just, a few miles away from there, and we actually got to go to his house, and we spent the night a couple of times up there. He actually took the princess out on a ride on his Harley Davidson. That's why I was asking him about that last evening. So, yeah, not riding the bike anymore. But yeah, and then all of a sudden I stopped hearing from mechanic. He just disappeared on me.
That was a real treat hearing him call in last night. I got all excited hearing him. I haven't heard that voice for so many years.
Yeah.
What a treat. My father-in-law, a couple things I want to talk to you about. My father-in-law sent me, I don't know if it's true or not, I'll have to look into it. He sent me a news post. It's like a news statement from Kamala Harris.
Okay.
And she was just dogging do you know anything about that, dogging the veterans and their dependence on the VA?
I have not seen or heard that one at this point. No, sir.
Yeah, well, apparently she thinks that the veterans are too much crybabies and relying on the VA for their health care, and they need to pony up and buckle up and get a job and get their health care elsewhere and pay for it out of their own pocket. And I don't know if that's true or not. It could be one of those.
Right, one of those
clickbait.
Mm-hmm.
But my father-in-law sent it to me through Messenger, so I've not had a chance to look into it. But I find it, and I'll share it on your page.
Okay.
But I just but then hearing something like that, Steve, with all the continuation of the cancel culture, just like what we're talking about tonight with Coca-Cola, why would it make sense that she may say something like that?
Yeah, like you say, you gotta. I need to do a little fact check or whatever, make sure that it's not from some. Well, yeah. Sometimes they put these satirical sites and whatnot, like The Onion and all that, World News Daily, and I like to double check on them. So, but that would not be a very smart thing to say,
right? Oh my gosh, no, absolutely not. And then Pappy asking last night about those solar panels, and then I enjoyed hearing Heatwave calling to give his 2 cents about his experience with them. Wouldn't you know, I heard that, and then I seen on Facebook this ad for solar panels. Go figure that, advertising for solar panels.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, hey, I wonder, have you got a start time? Have you heard from Kyle or Chris about a start time to get your store up and going, your merchandise store?
No, that I have not. All I know is that they've ordered stuff, but a lot of times T-shirts and hats. Sometimes they can take weeks to get there. So.
So they have ordered some merchandise already?
Yeah, my understanding, they've ordered the T-shirts, the hats, the travel mugs. I think some listener actually suggested, maybe get us like some dash calendars for whatever calendars have been hard to come by this year. So I think they got some dash calendars.
Okay.
And there's going to be some other stuff coming. I mean, depending on how well it goes. Big Ed suggested like the what do they call them, the button, three top button up polo shirts, that kind of thing. He suggested now those cost a lot more, but I think people would be willing to fork over a few bucks for a nice polo shirt.
Right. Well, hey, when you get a chance, why don't you call me off air and let me see. I can't have our fine friends at Stellar Electronic help out with something like that. It'd be a great promotional idea, and with our promotion running its last leg this Friday, that might be a great addition that I'd love to talk to you about.
Okay.
We can talk about that off air sometime.
Sure,
but,
sure.
I think Stellar would be very interested in helping out with that.
That'd be cool. Great.
Absolutely. Well, great show as always, Steve. I know you're down to the final minutes, but just wanted to check in. I've been wanting to check in for over a week now, and of course, last week I didn't want to leave space for the other drivers who are out there, out and about, running down the southwest with the nasty weather. I didn't want to take up any time letting them call in.
Well, it was indeed a crazy week last week, and we'll be in touch there. Yeah, Fly Rob will be telling you. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. And I haven't mentioned it nearly enough, but we said from the very beginning, if you know someone or an organization, whatever company that might want to advertise on the program, you can send Kyle an email, kyle@lubricationspecialties.com. That's his email address. He's kind of spearhead and all that sort of stuff. So, kyle@lubricationspecialties.com. So apparently we had an earthquake rattle the Tennessee-North Carolina border over the weekend. I didn't catch that till this past evening. The latest tremor to hit that region this month. Apparently just after the midnight hour Sunday when we were getting things going, when the most recent quake shook the ground near Banner Hill, Tennessee. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, now it was a 2.4. Less than 1 mile deep, though, very shallow. A number of people in the area reported feeling the quake. All of them said they experienced either weak or light shaking. No damage, but going back to February 12th, we had another quake recorded roughly 5 miles southwest of Banner Hill. That was a 2.8 at about 1.8 miles in depth. And more than 100 people on that one told the Geological Survey they felt that one, including some as far away as Georgia, South Carolina, and Virginia. Now, several small quakes can happen in one place as part of a swarm, according to officials. Swarms are usually short-lived, but they can continue for days or weeks, sometimes even months. Most swarms are associated with geothermal activity. Now, typically, if it's a 2.5 or lower, typically you don't even feel it. According to the Michigan Tech experts, 2.5 to 5.4 magnitude quakes are often felt. But they don't leave serious damage, but a couple of quakes right there in the same vicinity, though, here in the month of February. The question is always, is this a pre-shock leading up to something bigger? Or was this second, down to a 2.4 from a 2.8, like an aftershock from the first quake? Questions they always have to ask. But all right, there was a fairly significant announcement this past day in the world of truck tires or tires in general. Two of the biggest remaining American tire companies are joining forces. Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company is acquiring Cooper. A deal with an equity value of $2.8 billion that will combine the two century-old Ohio manufacturers. Cooper Tire, founded in 1914, is the fifth largest tire maker in North America based on revenue, have about 10,000 employees in 15 countries. In addition to the Cooper brand, they also own Mastercraft, Roadmaster, and Mickey Thompson. For Goodyear, the bigger company, the deal will nearly double their presence in China, they say. Cooper will get access to Goodyear's 2,500 retail locations. Companies combined have sales of $19.5 billion in 2019. Now, by combining, the new company would save about $165 million within 2 years of closing and freeing up cash in tax savings. But this also will bring in a whole array of tire brands together under one roof. So you'll have Goodyear's Dunlop and Kelly brands, Cooper's Mastercraft, Mickey Thompson brands. Of course, the auto industry navigated a whirlwind year with the pandemic and all the economic disruptions. Analysts see a rebound this year as, of course, the vaccines will continue to become more broadly distributed. Many don't see activity reaching the levels of 2019 before the pandemic hit. So there you go. The deal has been approved by the boards of both companies. It's expected to close the second half of this year. This would give shareholders of Goodyear about 84% of the company, and Cooper shareholders with the remaining 16%, according to the announcement there from the company. All right, Goodyear, of course, home there in Akron, Ohio. Final tidbit here, real quick, as we're wrapping things up on a Tuesday morning. With all the disruptions we've seen, licenses expiring, right? We've had extensions. The next extension of commercial driver's license waivers, according to the FMCSA, is going to be left up to the states. Now, they do say current waiver is set to expire February the 28th. The agency said they will permit but not require states to extend the validity of CDLs and commercial learner's permits and to waive the 14-day waiting period. Now, the FMCSA updated waiver for medical certifications is clear-cut. Medical certification waivers will be extended till May the 31st for any medical cards that expired on or after December the 1st. So I guess you're going to have to pay attention on a state level, state by state, as far as any potential extensions of your CDL licenses or learner permits. There you go. They've also extended, by the way, the federal hours of service waiver related to COVID until the end of May now. This is the one that's, the first ever national FMCSA hours of service waiver. It's explicit to those that are hauling relief supplies. Right now, it's still things like groceries and whatnot, but gloves, masks, all those things associated with COVID relief. Of course, vaccines, one of the big things. Many trucks moving vaccines all over the country right now. All right, thank you so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. So we just talked to Fly Rod. Get online, overnightdriveradio.com. Register for this week's contest. And again, if you're having trouble, I see several people were posting, I can't find the app. It's only the Android. And when you go to the Google Play Store, explicitly type in overnightdriveradio.com. All one word. If you type anything wrong, it's not going to find the app. So download that app via your Android phone. See you back tonight at the midnight hour of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,